Chairperson, I want to echo your sentiments that we are very excited about the prospect of having a standalone agriculture department. I think that this will give an opportunity to ensure that agriculture takes its rightful place as a cornerstone of economic development, community development, and employment in South Africa. I think we're very pleased with the performance of the agriculture sector in the first quarter of this year. It has been the largest contributor to GDP growth in the country, and we're very pleased. And I think it's a great testimony to the sector, to our farmers and our farm workers, as well as all of those in the agricultural space, for the incredible contribution they've made to the economy. And we see only opportunity for this to grow with the right plans and with the right ideas going forward. And so it is with great pleasure this evening that we're joined on the platform by officials from the Department of Agriculture, the standalone Department of Agriculture. I've got Mrs. Mimi Malotsi, who's responsible for strategic planning. And I've got Dr. Puti, who's in charge of monitoring and evaluation. And they're going to be taking us through the formal presentation. Thereafter, all of us will be prepared to take questions from you. We regard the committee, the standing committee in Parliament, and the select committee in the NCOP as important partners in our journey towards ensuring that that agriculture fulfills the potential that it has for economic growth, job creation, and ending poverty. These are the core tenets of the medium-term development plan, and these are the areas that President Ramaphosa has assigned to ministers to ensure that in all of our portfolios, economic development, job creation, and ending poverty are the key cornerstones of the strategies. And I think that that will be reflected this evening in the presentations. So without further ado, Chairperson, because I'm mindful of the hour, that we hand over to the officials from the department who will take us through the formal presentation. Thereafter, we look forward to engaging with the honourable members and receiving input, advice, suggestions, and insights from the members. Thank you very, very much, Chairperson Modise.
Good evening, Minister, Chairperson of the committee, officials of the department, and members of the committee. I just want to check whether are you audible on your side so that you can take us through the presentation. Memoluti, if you are not, then I'll be able to do that. If Memoluti is not audible. Memoluti, are you audible? Can you hear me? Okay. No, if you can, then I'll do that, Minister and Chairperson. I'll be able to do the presentation. We, as Minister, have already indicated we are here to present to the Select Committee the 2025-26 Annual Performance Plan of the Department of Agriculture. Let's move the slide. For the sake of time, Chair, if you allow me, I can just jump the table of contents so I can just get to what really matters most. But I think on this slide, what is important, Chair, is just to give you an assurance and an undertaking that as a Department of Agriculture, we have been guided by the 3 Government of National Unity priorities, which has further been translated into medium-term development plan, driving the inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty, tackle the high cost of living, and also build a capable and ethical and developmental state. These are the cornerstones that have driven the entire planning which we are here to present. Next slide. As a sector, we have also come with strategies which we are going to prioritize, the whole sector. But we as a department, obviously, will be providing leadership and oversight to each and everybody in the sector. So collectively as a sector will be guided by, those 7 strategies that are here: partnership for growth, a modern and progressively legislated and regulatory environment, improving market access for South African agriculture, providing effective support for farmers to ensure inclusive, viable, sustainable, and profitable farming operation. Biosecurity is everybody's responsibility. It will be done in a more collaborative manner. That's what we're emphasizing. Advocacy for a growing sector and improving food security. Next slide. Now, we have also looked at our own self as a department, and we have obviously triangulated our own strengths, opportunity, weaknesses, and threats, which we are going to focus on. But I think one of the most important strengths which we are priding ourselves with is that we have sufficient knowledge, capabilities, and expertise. But we are also aware, Chair, that there have been over the years over-reliance as part of our weakness on consultant, and that's one issue that we want to deal with, including the issue of corruption, which is, ravaging the entire country. It's also some of the issue under the weakness that we will be focusing on. The issue of digitalization and partnership with commodity and strategic partners, one of the critical opportunities which we'll be trying to focus on. And the issue of climate change and disaster, is just amongst the threats which we are mindful of. Next slide. We have also, as a very new department, come up with our own vision, which is a dynamic and sustainable agricultural sector for a food secure South Africa, which will be achieving it through the mission of enabling inclusive economic growth, competitiveness, market access through collaborative partnership, agricultural and digital innovation, research and transform legislation. If you look at our strategic focus, the buzzword is the issue of collaboration, where we are not going to do this thing on our own. We'll be relying on almost everybody in the sector to do this together. And our values: adapt, grow, respect, innovate, and collaborate. And if you look at them, they all stand for agri. Next slide. Now, we are also mindful that agriculture is also one of the job driver, economic driver, which is being looked at to be able to assist, in the GDP in our country. And it has contributed around 2.4 to 2.575, 57% of South Africa's GDP. The issue of employment is one of the issues which we as a sector, we have been looked upon, especially to give jobs to the most vulnerable, members of our society. And it is against that regard that Chairperson, we are having our agriculture master plan, agriculture agro-processing master plan, which is what we will be focusing on to be able to implement, to be able to address, most of the critical areas within our own sector. And that AMP is having several pillars, which are also going to guide most of our intervention, not only as national, but also with provincial departments and also the public entities. Among some of those is the issue of resolving policy ambiguities and creating investment-friendly climate, creation of enabling infrastructure, providing comprehensive farmer support, development, finance, research and development and extension services, ensuring food security, expanded production and employment creation, enabling market expansion, improving market access and trade facilitation, developing localized food import replacement and expanded agro-processing. These are also part of our priorities that we are going to focus on largely for this entire MTDP period. Next slide. Now, Chair, this slide is just to give an assurance that we are very much aligned with the government priorities. If you look below, these are all the three strategic priorities of the GNU, which have further been translated to MDTP, as I've spoken about. They have further been developed into our own outcomes in their own strategic plans of the department. All in all, as a department, we have a total of 7 outcomes, which are all aligned to the strategic priorities. I will just want to touch on one: improved food and nutrition security. It's just one of those that will also be focusing. But there are 6 other outcomes as in the presentation that will also be informing all our deliverables that we are having in our APP. Next slide. Now, I'm just going to zoom straight, Chair, into the targets that we are going to have for the next 5 years, and specifically looking at the current financial year. Next slide. These are just to show an alignment. When it comes to priority 3, we build a capable and ethical and developmental state. by the end of the 5-year target, 5-year period actually, we want to make sure that there's going to be 100% compliance with all legislative framework. We are also going to have a 90% of automation. We'll also have a 40% of automation of all those of all of the interventions that we're going to have. Coming to priority one, which is drive inclusive growth and job creation. For the period of 5 years, also we are going to have a 2.6 metric tons field of crops that are going to be produced, and we'll also want to have a 100% compliance of enforcement of biosecurity policies and measures, and we'll also be ensuring that we're going to have a 5% increase in the value of agricultural export. And while at the same vein, targeting 20% increase in the share of black producers in overall production. And for the medium-term priority 2 of reducing poverty and tackle the high cost of living, we are having an outcome of improved food and nutrition security. For 5 years, we intend to reduce the percentage of households with severe food insecurity at least by 5%. Next slide. Next slide. This is program 1, this is just how program 1 is made up. It's an administration program. It's made of the ministry. There are the office of the Director General. There are also functions of internal audit, financial management services, corporate support services, and office administration, all under program 1. Next slide. I will just talk to the annual target, Chair, but all of them have been broken down into 4 quarterly targets, as we all know, for accountability's sake. But we are targeting to have an unqualified audit opinion on the annual financial statements. We also intend to achieve 100% to pay 100% of all valid invoices within 30 days. And this is a very critical one, especially for the emerging enterprises. We will also want to have a fit-for-purpose structure signed by the Director General at least by the end of quarter 2. As we all know that we are still operating on a startup structure as a department, so we still need to have a fit-for-purpose structure. We are also targeting a 4% increase of departmental system to have them digitalized from a manual system, which we are now using in most of the areas. Next slide. This is program 2 of agricultural production, biosecurity, and natural resource management, and it's made up of those sub-programs that have been provided there. But I think, in short, this program is intended to enforce and ensure compliance with agricultural production, biosecurity, biosafety, and food safety laws in South Africa. Next slide. Now, there are a number of indicators which are going to be targeted under this program. One of those indicators is for us to have 6 hemp demonstration sites established in those provinces that have been mentioned there: Eastern Cape, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, KZN, Northern Cape, and Western Cape. The other target which we are going to have under program 2 is to have a draft greenhouse gas emission reduction plan for agricultural sector. Next slide. We also, in the current financial year, intend to have an approved research report on the promotion of efficient irrigation technologies to smallholder producers. And that report will, amongst other things, include list of irrigation technologies promoted, and it will also have, importantly, a list of smallholder irrigation producers where technologies were promoted. Next slide. We are also going to have an approved research report on sustainable land management practices promoted. It's a very important report which, amongst other things, is going to be able to address the issue of conservation, agriculture, which talks to the minimal soil disturbance, no tillage, permanent soil cover, and crop diversification. It will also, amongst other things, address the issue of agroforestry. In the very same financial year, just go back to the previous slides, sorry. Yes, we are also going to have 2 approved regulatory frameworks, which are PIDALA and CARA, which are going to be point of focus for the current financial year. Next slide. We are also going to be able to focus on at least 10 neglected and underutilized species, which we are going to promote and they are given there on the bracket: sweet sorghum, grain sorghum, peel millet, finger millet, bambara, cowpea, mung bean, okra, taro, cassava. Those are the ones that will be focused for the current financial year. And the area which will be focused on for now to start with is Free State, KZN, Limpopo, Northern Cape, and Northwest. Next slide. We are also targeting to have an approved research report on genomic identification of reproduction in nondescript small animals, and the definition and the description of why we want to target that is been mentioned there. Amongst other things, it will be animal genomic data, which will be responded to by that particular report. There will also be issues of genetic diversity and population structure of nondescript cattle in South African smallholder system, amongst others. That will be a part of that particular research report. Next slide. We also intend to have a National Biosecurity Hub Charter approved in this financial year. We also going to focus on very important tree plant pest rate surveillance. We are going to continue conducting them, including the 3 very important animal disease surveillance that are going to be conducted, which foot and mouth disease is one of those. Next slide. Now moving to program 3, which deals with food security and support. That's how that particular program is structured. It's having farmer support, national extension support, and sector capacity development as the sub-programs. Next slide. The deliverable for this particular program, the first deliverable, it will be for us to have a national food and nutrition security plan submitted to Minister for approval. We also, in this particular program, going to deliver National Food and Nutrition Security Council adopted, but not only adopted, but to have it functional in the current financial year. We are also going to have 100 producers that are going to be supported through the blended finance scheme. We are also targeting to have 800 new students enroll at agricultural colleges. Next slide. In this slide, we are just accounting of how did we come to the number of 800. We are being informed by the capacity that each and every college is going to provide. So these are just the details, of the capacity for each and every college that made us to come to that, target of 800. Next slide. Yeah, this is just a continuation of the breakdown of this college to account to 800. Next slide. The next, which will be the very last program 4, is Economic Development, Trade and Marketing. It's also made up of 4 sub-programs: International Relations and Trade, Cooperative Development, Agro-Processing and Marketing, and lastly, National Agricultural Marketing Council. Let's then move to the next slide, which will talk to the deliverables. The first target which we are going to focus on in this program is to have an annual report on Agri-BE find compiled. We will also have 5 bilateral engagement in which agricultural participates, and there are those prioritized countries that we're going to focus on in those bilateral agreements, and those are Netherlands, Denmark, China, Senegal, and Ivory Coast. We are also going to have 6 multilateral commitments in which agriculture participates, and they are given there. Global, there is FAO, a group of 20, BRICS, Africa. We are also going to focus on SACU, African Union, and SADC. We also plan to have 300 smallholder producer capacity in agricultural marketing. And I think below is just the breakdown of how that 300 is going to be distributed according to the provinces that we are having. You will note that KZN and Northwest and Mpumalanga and Northern Cape are the one that will be having a bigger share of the cake by targeting 45. But in total, it will be 300 across all 9 provinces. Next slide. Chair, with your permission, this is the end of the non-financial information which we are having in our presentations. I will then want to invite our colleague from finance who can then take us through the financial information. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairperson, honorable members, and the Minister and the colleagues. This is the budget overview that is funding the strategic planning that was presented by Mr. Putti. I will not bore you with the detail of the information that is in there. What is important is to highlight that there were no changes on the budget, what was tabled by the Minister of Finance. The allocation for Department of Agriculture is amounting to 7.6 billion, which is broken down into 4 programs. Your program 1 is getting about 12.8% of the total budget of the vote, which is sitting at around about 973 million. That will be financing your admin-related matters and the office of the ministry, which is the highest allocation will be for your operating leases as well as office accommodation, as well as consultants amounting to 2.3 million, which are part of the contractual obligations from the previous department. And it is important to note that the second highest budget allocation at about 2.48 billion or 32.6% of the vote is going to Program 2, aligned to what Mr. Putti has presented, to mitigate and prevent the outbreaks of the diseases in the country, in the entire country, and also highlighting the issue of collaboration, as he already alluded to, because this is a shared responsibility together with the provinces as well. Also, the biggest allocation here is going to your Agricultural Research Council at about 1.23 billion, or 49% of the total budget allocation of the vote, to increase capacity for research development and expanding South Africa's biosecurity to improve safety and the quality of agriculture products, as highlighted by Mr. Putti earlier on, as part of the priorities of the department. It is important to note that at Program 2 is the highest allocation at 3.2 billion, or 43% of the vote, of which Program 3 is important because it's the one that is supporting farmer support. And also it is important to note there that we also have in conditional grants amounting to 2.36 billion, which is broken down into 3 conditional grants, which is your CASP and your Ilimalizima and your land care sitting at Program 2. Those are allocations, they are mainly transferred to the PDAs, which is your provincial departments for implementation. And then we have now Program 4, which is our economic development, trade and marketing, which is having an allocation of 883 million, or 11.6% of the total budget allocation, which within that program, the biggest allocation goes to agro-processing and marketing, which aligns to one of the priorities that was mentioned by Mr. Putti earlier on. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. I will not repeat this slide. I would want to really rush to the slide where we'll see now the amounts of the conditional grants and allocations per province. This one, it was already presented in terms of the overview, and we're also having the breakdown according the graphs, which we made it easier for the members, the chairperson, and our officials to understand. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you so much. This one becomes very important. This is where we are having now our conditional grants per province. This is now land care, where we've broken down per province. Eastern Cape getting 14.9%, Free State 10.3%, Gauteng 6.1%, KwaZulu-Natal 15.7%, and Limpopo at 15.2%, Mpumalanga at 11%, Northwest at 10.5%, Northern Cape at 9.1%, and Western Cape at 7.3%. Next slide, please. The next one will be your conditional grants. That is now a CASP for infrastructure, which there is much investment there. This is where we yield more investment and collaborating with your PTAs there. Then the Eastern Cape will be getting 13.1%, Free State 12.5%, Gauteng 6.8%, KwaZulu-Natal 17.4%, Limpopo 12.2%, Mpumalanga 11.6%, Northwest 11.4%, and Northern Cape 7.6%, and Western Cape 7.4%. It is important to mention that the allocations they've been derived according to the DORA principles as approved in terms of the framework that we have. This is extension as services, where we have allocated the Eastern Cape at 17.3%, Free State 9.1%, Gauteng 7.8%, KwaZulu-Natal 13.6%, Limpopo 18.6%, Mpumalanga 10.6%, Northwest 8.1%, Northern Cape 9.3%, Western Cape 5.7%. Next slide, please. And then this is where now we're having colleges from CASP again. This is another element of our CASP, where we are having the Eastern Cape, Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Northwest, and Western Cape. This is aligning to what Mr. Puti presented to earlier on. In terms of the allocation, we have 20.5% going to Eastern Cape, and then Free State 11.5%, KwaZulu-Natal 18.6%, Limpopo 20.9%, Northwest 18.9%, Western Cape 9.6%. Next slide, please. And then Ilima Litsima, we have Eastern Cape there at 12.5%, Free State 12%, Gauteng 6.1%, KwaZulu-Natal 12.4%, Limpopo 12.3%, Mpumalanga 11.5%, Northwest 11.9%, Northern Cape at 11.5%, and then Western Cape 9.7%. Next slide, please. It is important to mention that when it comes to conditional grants, there are some adjustments that we're making. I'm sure Elda will talk to that. As you are aware that there were changes that we had to implement in terms of the frameworks and according to the commitments that we already had as the department and the PTAs. Lastly, in terms of deriving our budgets, as presented earlier on, in terms of the overview, we have followed the NMOC process, where we have taken the policy that were transferred to the Department of Agriculture, and then we took the startup structures, and then you will remember that we have a principle that says the resources must follow the function. So basically, we applied that principle to ensure that we come up with the budget allocations for the Department of Agriculture. I thank you. Over to you, Mr. Puti.
Thank you very much, Nolu, Chairperson and Minister. I think we've done the presentation as was required from us, so I want to take it back to the Chair. Thank you.
Chairperson Modise, thank you very much. I think that concludes the presentation from the officials. And obviously, we hand back to you now, so that you can facilitate the input from the committee members. Thank you very much again for the opportunity to be able to present these documents this evening. And as I said, we look forward to working with this committee as you hold us accountable to these targets over the course of the next few years. So thank you very, very much, Chair, and back to you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you to the team. I'm sure they are led by the DG. Honorable members, before we get into the engagement with the Minister and the team, I just want to make an acknowledgement to Honorable Dr. Mokgethi, Honorable Engelbrecht, and Honorable Dijache. All of them are from Gauteng Provincial Legislature. They've joined us in the meeting. We have
Chair, if I may just include, sorry.
Don't do that. Please 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 don't do that. Raise your hand if you want to speak. Don't do that. I'll allow you to speak.
My apologies, Chair. Member Moody. Unfortunately, I couldn't get my name onto the system itself.
Member Moody from which legislature?
Gauteng.
Okay, so it seems like we're joined by Gauteng mostly. Honorable Mokgethi, Honorable Ehrenberg, Honorable Diache, and Honorable Moodley from Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Once more, you are welcomed into our meeting. I'm sure you will be listening attentively to our deliberation with the ministry. Honorable members, we know that just like the department that we met the other day that had decoupled, this is another department that had decoupled as of the 1st of April 2025. They are now speaking with authority as a department on their own. They are presenting to us their own annual performance plans. They have presented to us their strategic plans. I'm going to hand over to you, honorable members, to indicate if Member Boshoff, Member Van der Berg, I'm not sure if those were the legacy hand from the adoption of the agenda, because these are the names the hands that I see. And then I see Honorable Pina. I'm looking for hands, honorable members. Just raise your hand, unless if you can't raise your hand, just raise your hand. Okay, those are the only hands that I see. I don't want to close anyone out. I've got 3 hands. Unless the 2 are from the legacy discussion. I've got the 4th hand, Honorable Mabilo. So we've got Honorable Van den Berg, Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Pina, Honorable Mabilo. If you can't raise your hand, now is the time to indicate verbally. Going once, verbal confirmation. Going twice for verbal indication. Going 3rd time for verbal indication. None. All right. So we have 4 hands, Honorable Van den Berg, Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Pina, and Honorable Mabilo, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. Let me just quickly switch on. Ah, there I am. There we go. Let me switch off again for the bandwidth. Minister, a couple of questions that I need to ask, things that I've been thinking of. My main idea that I get is that your department is reporting fast, and they I'm sure know what they are doing and where they are going, but I need to know the following. The first one is, are you interacting with provincial agricultural departments and MECs, as we have found them to be elusive and uninvolved in the past? They are the direct contact with the farmers, future and commercial, and I would like to know what the situation is there and how it will be in this year that's coming. Then, are you as a department involved with the Onderstepoort medical and veterinary clinic there? And obviously I'm referring to the vaccines, and I want to know how we are doing in this regard. Lately I've been to a RPO roadshow, and they reported that we had to import vaccines from Botswana, which is quite upsetting. I think we were the leaders regarding this also. the RIMS organization, RIMS, they are focusing on traceability to manage, for instance, FMD, foot and mouth disease. How is the department supporting this initiative and helping to take it forward? The following question is, the Northern Cape is normally underfunded due to the vast distances and accommodation costs. In your allocations, have you compensated for this, because it does play a major role? That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening to the Minister and to his department, and thank you, Chair, for affording me the opportunity. Minister, under your leadership, we've seen the enablement of the establishment of the National Biosecurity Hub and the disease surveillances across provinces. Can you give this committee an indication on how this prepares us for future climate and pandemic-related threats to food systems? And then I also see in the presentation over 3,270 new students were supported through your agricultural colleges and 2.5 billion allocated to farmer support. Could you share with us what your vision is for building a new generation of empowered, skilled producers, especially in rural areas? And then I see that the digitalization of the departmental systems is set to increase from 8 to 40% over the next 5 years. Can you share whether this pace is sufficient to support a modernized, responsive department? And then I just want to ask something with regard to the bread prices. I see your efforts, Minister, in stabilizing these bread prices have been widely welcomed, especially by our low-income households who rely on staple foods. Now, given the successes, are there other essential food items like maize meal, cooking oil, or eggs where your department is considering similar interventions to ease this cost of living burden for our vulnerable consumers? And then following on that, what role does the National Agricultural Marketing Council play in monitoring affordability trends and the possibility of issuing early warnings to help prevent future price shocks, especially, again, speaking for the most vulnerable households? Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Good evening, colleagues. Chairperson, thank you. Minister, you're very much welcome, and thank you for yourself and your team for I know you had a busy day, and I'm sure everybody is excited for the road ahead. Minister, just a few things. I went through your plan. It's very encouraging to see, obviously, the economic growth within the agriculture sector, and I see great results with regards to job creation as well within the industry. Obviously, I want to know from your side, is there can you give me any indication where the majority of these economic growth spurts came from? Is it more from the mega farmers, I take it, from the more formalized industry? The reason I'm asking that, Minister, a big part of your strategic plan, speaks to the upskilling, the upliftment of the small scale and medium farmers. And I want to know from your side.
Maybe you want to switch off your mic, switch off your camera so that we don't lose you.
That's fine. Is that better?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's better.
All right. Thank you, Chair. I want to maybe know from your side, with regards to a big part of your plan is upskilling and assisting small to medium scale farmers. I'm ever asking myself and wondering, what is the return on investment with regards to creating job creation and of course economic growth within the sector? However, it's mainly the big scale farmers who is actually creating the majority of the jobs in the sector, and of course, assisting with economic growth. You spoke about you want to reduce the dependence on consultants. I want to know maybe from you what I'm sure the majority of them are still on a contract with the department from the previous administration, as indicated. When are we expecting these consultants or these contracts or these legacy contracts, let me put it that way, when are we expecting them to end? And then I want to touch on the biosecurity that my colleagues previously also spoke about. Minister, is there a situation long term where we as a country will be without foot and mouth disease? Do you see that future, or is it more something that we need to just holistically manage as a nation? Just inputs on that, maybe a long-term strategy of where we would like to be in 10 years' time. And maybe on a lighter note, lastly, Minister, I see you're quite active on the ground with farmers, and you are engaging with them directly, to get their side of the story and what their concerns are. And I want to maybe know from you, what is the feeling like on the ground for farmers? Are they hopeful? Are they doubtful? Are they worried? There's a lot of things. Usually if you want to get to the truth, you need to speak to people on the ground, and you're doing that. And I just want to get a sense of what have you experienced when engaging with our farmers on the ground. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Mabilo, it's your turn. Thank you, Honorable Pina. Honorable Mabilo, immediately after you, it's Honorable Kennedy. Immediately after you, it's Honorable Kennedy.
Okay. No, thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. Good evening, Minister, members, and the team. Obviously, it's the second time we meet a minister almost in a year's time, since we have been part and parcel of this committee, Select Committee on Agriculture. For me, given the nature of this sector, it will be important that the minister avail himself as often as possible. We know Wednesday is always tight, but I think for this important sector, it is very important that the minister avail himself so that we don't meet him once in a year. There's no doubt in my mind, Honorable Chair, that this sector, agriculture, plays a pivotal role in economic growth, food production, and poverty alleviation. I don't think in the presentation we are adequately responding to these three challenges confronting our country. That is economic growth, food production, poverty alleviation. I think more can be done. So therefore, I would critique the figures that are banded and the strategy to respond to this triple challenges as quite inadequate in my view. More can be made in that regard. Secondly, in relation to the strategic priorities as presented by the department, my question would be to say, in concrete terms, can the minister and the team illustrate to us, province by province, one, how they support emerging farmers? To what extent? Because now that is just hidden in the overall presentation. We want it to be disaggregated province by province. Attended to that will be give us a specification in relation to the youth in farming, province by province, and women, as well as people of disabilities in that sector. So we would want disaggregation. If that is not possible now, we can be provided in writing, because that is something that I was looking for in this presentation. The second matter will pertain to the sustainable agriculture. We know that climate change is affecting the country, the recent floods in Eastern Cape and the high rains in Western Cape and all over the country, the unpredictable weather patterns. These are as a result of climate change. What lacks in the report for me is the resilience strategies that are clearly outlined to mitigate climate change. And we are part of the Paris Agreement. We've got some commitment in that regard. So for me, this APP and plan and strategy is deficient in that regard. With regard to the provision of infrastructure, we would be interested in how historically, previously disadvantaged communities are supported who are in the farming activity in relation to infrastructure, and as well as the actual jobs that are created overall in the department. With regard to enabling market expansion and trade facilities, we would also want to check how then are we not leaving behind Black emerging farmers to emerge out of the cocoon of being Black emerging, but to be fully fledged farmers. What enabling programs is the department embarking on to resolve that question? That will be attended to the Black producers. That question will be linked to that. Okay, my colleague has already touched the question pertaining to the moving from manual to digital, 14%. I've looked at that. We know there's appetite now, Minister, for hemp across the country. And that for me is the next goal in the country. But I see the hemp demonstration that has been established in the provinces. I see our provinces included there. But what we want to check, Minister and your team, are we not able to fast track this process to include all other provinces that are having the necessary appetite for hemp? My last two questions will pertain to sustainable land management. In concrete terms, how then do we ensure we actualize the sustainable land management in terms of soil, in terms of texture, and all related matters? And then my last question will be around the farmer support, which is program 3, as well as the number of new students enrolled at colleges. It has already been touched by my colleagues. But given the fact that there's a dearth of agricultural expertise, in my view, 800 is really an insufficient. It will not be able to make the dent. That is the target. So is there no way in which we cannot attract broader students to be enrolled at the agricultural colleges, more than this 808? And clearly the formula that was used, or the criteria to achieve only 8 students. And then with regard to agri-BEE, I don't know why, Minister and your team, you are not illustrating the funds. You are talking about it, agri-BEE fund compiled. But what is the thing, the concrete amount in terms of rents and cents, or in terms of percentage? Why is it not specific? We want it to be specific. So the question would be to say, give us the actual figures pertaining to the agri-BEE fund, and what is a total amount. Now, with regard to the number of producers capacitated 20, what was the target so that we benchmark or compare it to the current 20? For me, 20 will be tokenism, given the importance of the sector and the necessity of empowerment. Then CFO, in relation to slide 30, program 1, for remuneration staff, you are dedicating 12.8%. I'll be interested in the ratio. What is the ratio for personnel, and non-personnel, so that we can see where the pendulum is swinging, so that we adhere to the norms and standards pertaining to ratios. With result consultants, I'll skip that. It has already been raised. Slide 30, with regard to the foot and mouth disease, I think there's a lot of money dedicated, which is quite impressive. The question is, how then do we continue on a proactive activity to mitigate the outbreak thereof, given the resources at our disposal? And lastly, it will be in relation to the smart agriculture and climate change, which I have already raised. And to what extent are we attracting the youth and women and people of disabilities in the sector? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would have loved to ask questions around the SCAS, extension and colleges, but I think Ilema, but I've already raised some of the questions. Thanks very much, Chair, for the opportunity. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Honorable Kennedy, are you still on the platform? It's your turn. Honorable Kennedy, are you still on the platform? Honorable Kennedy? Honorable Kennedy? Okay. Honorable Minister, I'm handing over to you and your capable team to respond to questions, comments, and concerns raised by honorable members.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Modise. And may I just say at the outset, thank you very much to the members of the committee for what are some very considerate and really well-considered questions. Obviously, I will deal with as many as I can, but obviously some of the more technical, where figures are being requested and disaggregation is being requested, I'll obviously hand back to Dr. Puti for that, as well as any other issues that I am not able to answer effectively. And then, of course, if neither Dr. Puti or I are able to give you the satisfaction that you require, we will be quite happy to furnish written responses to the committee as expeditiously as possible, Chairperson. Let me start with Honourable van den Berg, and thank you very much, Honourable van den Berg, for the questions. You asked firstly about the relationship with MECs. We've had a MINMEC already, but I also just want to say that I have a very good relationship with our MECs. And I want to particularly commend the MECs for being as responsive as they are when we conduct visits to their provinces, but also in times of crisis. We were very lucky to host the World Food Day in the Northern Cape, where the highest incidence of food insecurity exists. And we were very gratefully supported by the MEC there. I want to thank MEC Ramagopa as well from Gauteng for her proactive stance in dealing with foot and mouth, as well as the MEC KwaZulu-Natal for being responsive to the department's inquiries here. Obviously, the relationship between the three spheres of government is absolutely important. And as I was able to express yesterday in the question session in the National Assembly, through using both the district development model, but also the provincial cooperation, we've been able to actually achieve a lot more together than any of the departments, either operating at a local, provincial, national level, would have been able to achieve on their own. And so I hope that those synergies continue. Honourable van den Berg asked about OBP, and thank you very much for that question. Obviously, Onderstepoort used to be one of the world leaders in animal diseases. And sadly, due to a number of decades of neglect, of maladministration, and poor decision-making, it has lost its luster as one of the world leaders in animal health. I do want to assure members of the Select Committee that we are actively, as a department, exercised with getting Onderstepoort back on its feet. and ensuring that it can regain its place as one of the premier animal health facilities in the world. And this has been proven, particularly in the importance of that and the imperative of this has been proven during this recent outbreak of foot and mouth disease around South Africa. Onderstepoort used to be able to produce vaccines, but due to poor quality of water pipes and others, lost the ability to be able to produce vaccines at the level and quality that was required to meet the international guidelines of the World Organization of Animal Health, and therefore lost the status. And that is why we currently have to procure vaccines from the Botswana Vaccine Institute in Botswana. As you would know, we've recently set aside 42 million rand for the initial stage, with a total budget of 70, to purchase vaccines to begin a coordinated vaccination program of foot and mouth in South Africa. But obviously, this is not desirable. We'd like to produce our own. I can report that the Agriculture Research Council, the ARC, is in advanced stages of the production of a South African vaccine that would cover all the SAT1, SAT2, and SAT3 strains of the disease. And this would obviously be mostly beneficial to us in South Africa, because we would then be able to have an unrestrained supply. And also, I believe it would open up opportunities for us to provide vaccines into Africa, for which we would receive a premium. In terms of OBP, we've made a number of interventions at a board level and a management level there. I'm very pleased to say that the last two reports by OBP to the Portfolio Committee, as well as other oversight in the ministry, has shown a turnaround, and I think we're starting to see some turnaround taking place there. Well, I was also able to get Aspen to come in and do a floor-to-ceiling assessment of the OBP facilities, and they've provided a lot of input in terms of how we can improve facilities there. Additionally, the freeze dryers that have led to the shortage of us being able to produce routine vaccines such as African horse sickness vaccines is in the process of being dealt with. The freeze dryers have arrived. They're in the process of being installed and accredited and calibrated, and we hope that certainly by October this year, we will be able to massively ramp up the improvement in the production of vaccines here. So I think that OBP is well on the path to recovery, and obviously we will require oversight from your committee as well as the NA's Portfolio Committee to make sure that we remain on track there. And I would encourage the Select Committee to visit OBP and to receive firsthand an update, and to obviously leave that to Dr. Puti to determine how the assessments are performed and how those are allocated. Honourable Boshoff, thank you very, very much. Obviously, the agricultural colleges are going to be a very important point and mechanism for us to be able to start to produce the farmers of the future. Unfortunately, the agriculture sector is plagued by an aging population, and given its importance for food security and future national security of the country, it behoves us to make sure that we have younger farmers entering the space so that they're able to compete and to be able to provide and fill the gap where retiring farmers leave the sector. That is why the agricultural colleges are so fundamentally important. And I've just inherited as the Department of Agriculture, and just in the last week we were able to convene a colloquium with the Association of Principals of Agricultural Colleges, APAC, as well as the overarching student body, to discuss strategies and interventions that are required by the Department of Agriculture to ensure that those facilities are fit for purpose, to ensure that we're able to produce graduates of those colleges that are able to get out in the field and be able to fill the gap that will be left by farmers that are leaving the sector. And so it's absolutely essential that those colleges are the focus. We obviously had to listen to some of the terrible stories of neglect, and unfortunately, agricultural colleges have been a bit of a Cinderella. No one really, they've fallen between provinces, higher education and the like, but they are now the responsibility of the Department of Agriculture, and we're determined to work together with the Department of Higher Education and Training to ensure that we can get them up to standard. I'm in the process of seeking a meeting with the Minister of Higher Education so that we can complete the mandating. Obviously, if we can get the mandating done by Department of Higher Education, it would mean then that students at agricultural colleges could access NSFAS funding and other funding modalities that are available to students at other higher education institutions. And we need to recognize that agricultural colleges are fundamentally the cornerstone of the survival of the agriculture sector. I also think that what the agricultural colleges will do is provide us with a steady source of young farmers that we could then look at allocating state-owned land and other properties that are acquired through the PLAS system, with the experience of people that have studied farming, to ensure that they are successful going forward. Thank you very much for the kind words about the assignees. This flows directly from the directive given to ministers by President Ramaphosa at the MDDB discussions around looking how we can lower the costs of food for ordinary consumers. And what that's led is for the department to do a full assessment from a top to toe assessment of looking at where the friction costs lie within the agricultural food chains, and looking how we can reduce as many of those friction costs as possible, because it's those friction costs that ultimately lead to the cost being borne by the consumer at the end of it. Assignees, and particularly the leaf services assignee, would have added a huge burden in the grain sector and would have added unnecessary costs to the price of things like bread and other staples in South Africa. And it's for that reason that the decision was made there. But obviously, this is part of an ongoing discussion within the department about how we can cut red tape and friction costs as much as possible to ensure that the product being given to the consumer is at the best possible value, and that more South Africans, given the tight fiscal space in which we operate and the very real cost of living crisis in the country, are able to access food. By way of example, ShopRite Checkers were one of the people that approached us around the problems with this particular assignee service. They indicated that they do a loss leader within their stores of a meal of 10 Rand. That means that anybody, whether you're a car guard or whether you are securing funds through begging, or whether you're a factory worker, everyone is able to buy a meal that would give a carbohydrate, a protein, and a nutrient at 10 Rand. And if this particular assignee service was to come into operation, it would have forced the price of that up, and supermarkets and organizations like ShopRite would not have been able to carry the loss leader on those things, because it would have ended up actually costing them money rather than a break-even perspective, and they would have removed them. So it is part of an ongoing effort to look at how we cut red tape throughout the sector. Honourable Pina, thank you very, very much. I think it's a misconception that mega farmers produce all of the value add in the South African value chain. And I say this for a number of reasons, and I would really recommend to the committee, if I could, Wandile Sihlobo and John Kirsten's new book around the agriculture space. They wrote The Country of Two Agricultures. There's a new book that they've just released, which exposes the truth about where the real problems in agriculture lie in South Africa. And I believe it's recommended reading to anybody who wants to understand the agricultural space better. But what they would have shown you very, very clearly in there is that there's often a misconception that it's mega farmers that are contributing to the economic value. I think that there's a big underestimation of the contribution of small-scale farmers to food security and to the economic activity in the country. And nowhere was this borne out in greater contrast than during the COVID-19 pandemic, where if it wasn't for these small-scale producers and the bakkie trade and those trading in township areas, we would have seen mass starvation on a massive level. And it is thanks to those small-scale farmers that and the value add and the market access that they have through their trade that we were able to ensure that more South Africans had access to food during that period, and that we were able to avert a major starvation crisis. The challenge, however, is to now find a way in order to ensure that we link those smaller scale farmers into value chains. And this is a fundamentally important focus of the department. As I said, you will have seen one of the pillars: viability, sustainability, and profitability. These are essential to make any agricultural operation succeed and sustainable in the longer term. And so what the focus is on linking smaller scale producers at the scale that's required to the markets that would be able to give them the guaranteed uptakes that they require in order to ensure that they are viable, sustainable, and profitable. It's no use just simply dumping people in a field and saying, here's a field, here's some implements, here's a tractor, and here's some cabbage seeds, if we're not at the same time providing them with a linkage to a market. How do those people get their goods to market? Is there a market they can get them to? They could produce the finest cabbages in the world, but it doesn't make a difference unless we have a very, very clear market linkage. And that then comes back to the important role that agriculture can play in job creation. And I think the first quarter GDP figures show the important contribution of agriculture in this particular space. And I believe there's a lot more opportunity there for us. If one looks at the shape of the unemployment crisis in South Africa, it's largely underskilled or unskilled. And there's only a few ways that you can rapidly absorb underskilled labor into a situation of work, and that is industrial processing, it's tourism, but yes, of course, agriculture. And that is why it is so exciting to see the work that is planned ahead for how we can massively grow the sector, because the more the sector grows, the more we're able to do that. I think that that Doc Puti will be able to give more input, or the CFO, on the legacy contracts. Let me just talk about biosecurity then as well. You asked the question, what is the long-term plan? Well, I think that there's a very existential question that South Africa now needs to face. The reality is that given our circumstances, we will never be foot and mouth disease free in South Africa. And this is just a function of the fact that there are certain areas in the country where foot and mouth disease is endemic. It's endemic in Buffalo. And so northern parts of KwaZulu-Natal, the border of the Kruger Park in places like Limpopo and other parts of Mpumalanga will always have a prevalence of foot and mouth disease because it is endemic in buffalo in those regions. And when game fences break or there's a contact between buffalo and cattle, you're not going to be able to avoid the spreading of that disease. What we do, however, need to do in the coming months is make a very clear decision. And I've been looking very closely at what Brazil and Argentina and other countries that are also global peers of South Africa have done. And what they did was embarked upon mass vaccination campaigns and used vaccination campaigns to attain a foot and mouth free with vaccination status, and then ultimately use the vaccinations to push the disease back into the endemic zones and contain them there. And Brazil, after almost 9 years of solid intervention, has now been able to declare itself foot and mouth free. This comes of consequences, and that is something that the industry itself is going to have to be consulted with going forward around those decisions. And Dr. Madja within the department, as well as DDG Sarache, are going to be convening a industry discussion around how we proceed forward, because without the buy-in of the industry, we can make the best plans around foot and mouth disease. If we don't get buy-in from your small-scale cattle producer, your large-scale to your Karen beefs, we're not going to be able to achieve that. But I believe that we can move things forward. What is the feeling on the ground? Well, the thing I've discovered most with farmers and with the agriculture sector is that there's always a sense of hope and optimism that tomorrow is going to be better than today. And I think without hope, many people would not be in the farming sector itself. However, there are a number of concerns that really do affect the mood on the ground. Obviously, a number of these are well known. It's the poor state of roads and municipal infrastructure within municipal areas and provinces, the insecurity in rural areas, and that's a function of policing, and of course, some of the other constraints on the ability to be able to export, and that is our ports and harbors. But thankfully, Minister Creasy has now intervened there, and we're starting to see some movement towards alleviating some of the congestion at the ports and improving the efficacy of our ports to be able to export. In that regard, and why it's so important, if you speak to the citrus and the deciduous fruit sector, they all indicate to us that within the medium term, i.e. the next 4 to 5 years, they can at the very least quadruple production if they are guaranteed that they can have a port that's going to get their products to the export markets. There's a huge opportunity for South African agricultural products in many countries around the world, but we're obviously constrained by both disease in the livestock sector and also the fruit sector, but also inefficiencies of our own makings. And so the moves being made by Minister Creasy to improve rail and port functionality is going to have a catalytic effect in the agriculture space as well. So the feeling of the ground is cautiously optimistic, and it's up to us to make sure that we do that. Honourable Mabilo, thank you very much for your insights, and obviously we will really do our best to try and allay some of your fears as the weeks and months unfold. But resilience is definitely part of our mix, and it comes in 2 key sections of the priorities of the department. The first one is the responsive and agile regulatory environment. We must understand that in agriculture, technology moves very, very quickly, innovation moves very, very quickly, and we need to make sure that we have a regulatory and legislative environment that is agile to quickly adapt to that. If we have crops that are more resistant to climate change, new varieties, we should find ways of streamlining those to make sure that we can ensure that they are able to be adopted quickly and are available to South African farmers. And this is very important for a number of reasons, both from a climate resilience perspective, but also from a competitive perspective. It is amazing to me, and it never ceases to amaze me, that our agricultural sector is completely unsubsidized by government, and yet is able to hold its own against economies where their agricultures are heavily subsidized. And I think it's a real tribute to our farmers, our farm workers, and our agri sector that we have a sector that is so absolutely resilient in that regard. And so we will obviously be looking at ways to mitigate against that, and obviously looking at how we can introduce crop remedies and the like that are able to ensure that we can transition farmers from your subsistence all the way up to your large-scale farmers to new technologies, new products, and new innovations that will allow us to build in that resilience. Crops that rely on less water, crops that are more resilient to drought and the like. These are all things that we need to adapt to in order to ensure that we can do that. I'm very glad you asked about the movement from manual to digital systems. And given the huge impetus now that we have around AI, around machine learning, around big data, there's a huge opportunity for us in the agriculture department to move towards digital systems. One of the first areas where we'll be moving to a digital system is in the Act 36 applications. Now, Act 36 governs all farm remedies and products that require certification in South Africa before they can be distributed, produced, or used. And there are massive backlogs that exist there, largely because the system is paper-borne. Working together with the director there, Jonathan Madzunga, are moving towards digitizing those application systems so that we would be able to ensure that it moves more efficiently and effectively. And again, it speaks to the ability to be able to register new technologies as quickly as possible, new remedies as quickly as possible, to ensure that we remain on the cutting edge of that adaptability. But I think there are many, many more procedures and processes in the department that we can start to do that. And this is an imperative because given the tight fiscal space that we currently find ourselves in with the budget, it means we have to do more with less. And we can't just simply go and hire hundreds of more people to help with the work. We're going to have to work smarter. And that is going to lead directly to that. I think that it would be important that we come and do a presentation, Honourable Mabila, to the committee on hemp, but also on the cannabis master plan, which is now under the stewardship of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, but to just let you know what the agriculture side has been doing in order to create these new opportunities. I agree with you 100%. I think there are huge opportunities in the hemp sector. I think there are huge opportunities in the cannabis sector. And I think we need to be moving much quicker to ensure that these sectors are open. And I learned something fascinating the other day. I always thought that this cannabis only grew in KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape. I'm amazed to learn that some of the better strains of it come in the Northwest and the Northern Cape. So everywhere in the country should be an opportunity for hemp and for cannabis as well. Sustainable land use, as you rightly say, is going to be fundamentally important towards the survival of our agricultural space. And sadly, the focus of the last 30 years in agriculture has been an overweening focus on yield at all costs. What this has meant is that products have been used, techniques have been used that may maximize yield, but have led to longer-term damage to our soils. And our soils are really the natural ingredient that are the key. It's not necessarily just the crops that are grown, it's the soil and the organisms and what is contained in those soils that will ensure the sustainability of it. And so we have to move towards phasing out highly hazardous pesticides and pesticides that damage and inputs that damage the soil quality. And we have to be moving towards a more sustainable management of the land. I'm very glad that the President has signed into law the Preservation of Agricultural Land Act, which gives the department a lot more power now to preserve well-located, good quality agricultural land. But there's also a great deal of work we need to do through CARA and other programs in the department to ensure the long-term sustainability of, the soil quality in South Africa. Because if we lose our soils and the richness of the soils, we will be losing a major national asset and we'll be short-lived. I think that Doc Puti would be able to give greater insight into the Agri-BEE initiatives and fund, and I'll ask him to do that. I think that the FMD, I've covered a large part of the FMD question. I believe that we can get on top of FMD, but I think it is going to take a approach of trying something different. I think what we've been doing for the last 15 to 20 years has not worked, and that we do need to look at new ways. And as I said, I think there are a number of studies from our peer countries, in particularly the Global South, that we could be looking at. I was very pleased to launch the revised biosecurity hub, and we had a conference 3 weeks ago on biosecurity, and we had a number of experts from Australia and other countries coming and giving us advice on what we could be doing to improve biosecurity. And this is fundamentally important because particularly in the beef and livestock red meat sector, there are huge opportunities for us to export our products to other countries in the world, but we're held back by this FMD status. We should be the preferred supplier of beef and red meat into Europe. And yet, because of FMD, Botswana and Namibia are fulfilling that gap. Our beef is much nicer, it's a better quality and a better price, and we have a EPA agreement with the European Union, which we should be taking advantage of. We're being held back because of this biosecurity concern. So the sooner we can get on top of it, the sooner we can vaccinate, the sooner we can get behind and a strategy to get the endemic areas back behind those zones, to provide abattoir facilities and slaughtering facilities in the disease management areas in those endemic zones, so that there's not an incentive to move animals out of those areas. I think the better it's going to be for the long-term sustainability of that. And as I said, I think that particularly with beef, we could become the preferred supplier of beef for the world, given the huge quality of stockmen and traditional knowledge in many of our provinces, and that ability, but we're being held back by biosecurity. Chairperson, I'm going to hand in to Dr. Puti to deal with some of the more technical matters that may have arisen, or anything I may have got wrong or left out. And then obviously we'll hand back to you, Chair. Thank you very, very much.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you so much. I'm actually even battling to identify the question that you have not responded to, Minister. But Minister, on the platform, we fortunately also have a program managers. I've noted that we have a Mem Shiza from Program 3. We also have a Mebo Soha from Program 2. We have also Tate Rabashia from Program 5. I will maybe start with Tate Rabashia to respond to the two questions. There is a question around food pricing and how NAMC is monitoring that particular aspect. There was also a question, Minister, that talks about allocation of Agri-B. I believe between Tate Rabashia and Mayor Nolutando from Finance, they might be able to assist with that particular one. And then thereafter, there was a question around how do we support emerging farmers. I doubt if you will be able to provide breakdown per province at this particular stage, but I'm sure arrangement can be made if you are unable to sort those details of how do we support per provinces. That can also be provided. There was also a question, Memushiza, about how historically disadvantaged individuals are supported, in particular through infrastructure. And if there is any other thing, Minister, that any of our program manager may want to amplify a bit from their respective program, I will want also to invite them to be able to do that. Then anything in program 1, if there's anything, myself, Memuluti, and Nolutan will be able to deal with that. So with your permission, Minister, I will want to start with Tate Rabashia, followed by Memushiza, followed by Mebo Soha, then we'll wrap up anything that could be left out from program 1. Thank you.
Thanks, and good evening, Minister, the chairperson of the committee, and honorable members. I will be responding to the question on the essential food items that are an initiative that is there to reduce the cost of food. The question was, does NAMAC monitor the food prices? I think the response is that yes, NAMAC does monitor the food prices. And as we all know, NAMAC is an agency of the Department of Agriculture. So that is what is one of their responsibilities. Now, in terms of whether there will be an extension to other items, I do not actually have the response with me here, but it is something that we can get more information from NAMAC in terms of what are the plans going forward in terms of other products, in terms of reducing the cost of living. Now, the other question was on the Agri-BEE fund in terms of what is the amount. I think I'll request that finance maybe respond to this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Dr. Puti, and honorable members of the Select Committee. To the question that Honorable Mabilo asked around the disintegration of farmers per province, the youth in farming that are being supported, and whether the infrastructure is being developed for previously disadvantaged producers. We do have the figures that we could share. The reason why these figures did not make part of this presentation is really because the implementation that happens through provinces as these conditional grants are distributed to provinces does not fall within our APP, but it forms part of the standard indicators that we agree with provinces to implement, which gets reflected in their reports as provinces and the annual reports, but also they do report directly to us. And from those figures, then we do give an account in terms of what these conditional grants had achieved to our executive as well as to National Treasury. So the details around the disintegration in terms of the total numbers per province, per conditional grants, as well as the reach in terms of vulnerable groups, we would be able to make that information available to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Puti, and also good evening to Minister and members of the committee. I wanted to add a comment in relation to the question by Member Mabila in relation to how do we actualize sustainable land management. So we do that both in terms of program and also in terms of regulatory, as already stated that through the signed PDAP, will be providing mechanisms that are going to protect certain areas that are good for production purposes. But also we do it with programs that we encourages and promote practices such as cover crop that enable further production, but also protect the vegetation. So we also promote some of those practices, including conservation agriculture, where we support farmers with no-till planters, such that the practices that are employing are not degrading the land. Thank you.
Okay, please do.
Yes, Rabuti. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister and Rabuti. In slide, let's start with slide 30, where Honorable Mabilo was asking a direct question. What is the ratio? Let's take the figure of that 2.34 million down so that we can go to the slide where we have the economic classification so that we test the ratio. Slide 34. Our compensation of employees is around about 1.6 billion. If you then test that, the 2.3 million, as opposed to your 1.6 billion, the ratio becomes 0.00 to 1, which is neither there nor there. It is safe to say the consultants that are there, they are related to operational related commitments, like your issues like office accommodation, and also issues of audit fees and all that, following the economic classification. If you were to look at the INE book that was published and present the total amount for consultants is very minimal. It's around about 67,000. It's safe to say we do not have anything that is related to personnel that we pay through the consultants. Then in the same slide, slide number 34, the funding for Agri-BEE, if you look at Program 4 under Public Corporation and Private Enterprises, the amount for Agri-BEE is 46.5 million. And then under Program 3, 546.2 million is for Land Bank. Thank you. Back to you, Reputi.
No, thank you very much. May I invite Memoluti? Maybe you may want to touch a bit. Memoluti, there was a question, though the minister have responded to it on the working with the MEC, but administratively, Memoluti, you may want to talk to the concurrent relationship that we have with provinces as far as performance, and how do we hold provincial department accountable for delivery of those transversal indicators? If you can, Memoluti.
Thank you, Doctor. Good evening, Minister. Good evening to honorable members of the Select Committee. Yes, indeed, the Minister has responded, including Mem Chiza, when she actually indicated that the work that we do at the National Office is actually, regulations, policies, and norms and standards. However, we have the mandate to provide oversight to provincial departments of agriculture. So what the minister's responsibility is to make sure that all the 9 provincial departments of agriculture have got indicators which we are actually holding the PDAs accountable on those indicators. I'm sure there are about 32 indicators that are implemented by all the 9 provincial departments of agriculture. Those indicators are actually funded through the CASP that Memuchiza was talking to, and also through ILIMA that is actually supporting those small the subsistence producers who are very vulnerable. So on a quarterly basis, the provinces, they report to us so that we can track on the performance, and they also report back to the DPME and the National Treasury. So that is how we actually hold the provincial departments of agriculture to account. Most of the work that is done with the farmers, it is actually done through the provincial departments of agriculture. Thank you.
Maybe my last comment through you, Minister, will be to say we are taking the controls very seriously. The controls of the performance that has been delegated to provincial department. We do have various working groups in the department cutting across key focal areas, the veterinarians, the food security, NRM, and also even in the area of planning, monitoring, and evaluation. And all of this working committee are actually subcommittee of MinTech. So they do report, their report get to be tabled at that particular level. And this is where we hold provinces accountable. Wherever there are certain areas that needed to be improved, we do have our very responsive early warning signal of performance that will be able to identify those areas in time for possible improvement. For the previous years, we have now started strengthening the issue of evaluation, just to make sure that we are just going to focus on what matters most, because we all know that the national purse is shrinking, the funds is limited. So we only have then to focus on what matters most, what will be impactful in our own sector. And all of those areas is being taken through by these various working groups that are here in the department and at large sectoral. We will know, Minister, that even through our intergovernmental program, there are also those dependencies that we have on other government departments. Those are the areas. That is why in the strategic plan that we have presented right now, the issue that is coming quite central is the issue of collaboration. Because those are the areas that needed to be strengthened. We have identified them, that if we can strengthen them, they will assist us to try and reduce the issue of duplication, and therefore so we can be able to use the limited resource that we have for what it's within our total control as a department. Thank you very much, Minister. I'll hand it back to either you or the chairperson to wrap up the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Modise. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister, and thank you so much to your team for, when you come to a meeting prepared, you can tell when someone is speaking that these people are prepared. And the preparedness also shows during the question and answer session, because you don't know, you can't anticipate what's going to be asked as per the presentation. You can only assume that, okay, maybe on this presentation, on this slide, the question might be, but you can never be too sure. Other members can ask what is not in the presentation and say, no, we hear this is your presentation, but what about this and that? And if you are prepared, you are then able to respond even if it's not part of the presentation. I'm not sure if you picked up one or two questions that not necessarily part and parcel of the presentation, but you were able to respond to that and the team. And for me, it's a plus. And I want to say, Minister, because normally when I chair, I don't like being the one who asks questions. I like when it is members who ask questions, and then I just close the meeting. I want to assure you, Minister, I'm very excited with your APPs. I believe they're practical and they're achievable. And I'm lobbying the committee to work with you in order to achieve these things, because at the end of the day, we're doing it for the South Africans. We're not doing it for ourselves. We're not doing it to try and outshine each other and show this one the weakness. And where you are wrong, it's our response to tell you that, Minister, here we are wrong, here we don't agree with you. And when we are doing right, we are also mandated to come back and say, Minister, you're on the right track. Congratulations, well done. So that it's not only a one-way traffic, it's a two-way traffic. When you come before the select committee, you should know that at least I'm going to meet people who are practical, people who are rational, who will be able to tell us that we're on the right track or we're not on the right track. It should not be a contestation of who's able to make noise, who's able to shout on top of each other, and so on and so forth. Whatever we do in our mind, we must remember we're doing it for the South Africans. Second to that, Minister, I want to make an appeal to the team. Please ease up on the acronyms. I know you're in the department, you understand what you are talking about, but remember, we might not know these things, and it's important for us to be able to know. When we say PDA, and then as we were speaking, I'm like, maybe it's this one, Provincial Department of Agriculture. I might be wrong. But I thought PDA, it might be Provincial Department of Agriculture. I'm saying ease up on the acronyms, Minister, because as this select committee, you would know better. We've got about 5 ministries that we work with, and each and every ministry has its own acronyms. So we don't want to, to think that this might mean this and all of that. Just tell us what is the meaning of these many acronyms, but we'll take it up as we work, because it's not only today, we're still going to work for the next 5 years. We're together on this one. The second last issue for me before we close the meeting, Minister, it's on the issue of the HEM. They spoke about 6 provinces that have been identified in relation to the program of the HEM. And one of the provinces that is identified is Northern Cape. And I'm speaking to you, I've got an email from one gentleman from Northern Cape who's already in this space of HEM, which the department had funded him, but they only funded quarter or half or a fraction of what was supposed to be funded to the farm itself. So tomorrow, Mr. Bauer will liaise with the DG to exchange the information of this particular gentleman. And I hope immediately once the DG gets this information, he will make a call or reach out to the gentleman in order to assure and ascertain that issues that are brought before the committee are able to deposit them to the relevant ministries, so that they can then take the issue, because they would understand each other what they're talking about. I might not representing the facts correctly here. And my parting shot, Minister, yourself, your deputy minister, and your team, please note, whenever you come before this committee, you are not entering a war zone. You are coming to people who are here to ensure that the department is working for the people of South Africa. And that is our main interest. Anything else is not our interest, and we don't want to be party to it. Anything that says from where we are, if we were to do 1, 2, 3, 4, we're able to take the South Africans to make it better for their lives. That's what we're here for. leave anything else. We don't want to be party to anything else. And like I said, I want the DJ to be able to communicate with ASCA without fear or favor. You should be able to call me at any given day and say, hey, you know what, Chair, myself, I'm not available, the Deputy Minister, can we move meetings around? And we should have that working relationship, because at the end of the day, and this is what I always say, whatever we do, no matter how much we fight, it should be for the benefit of the people of South Africa. If it's about me wanting to show you how much I know, it's not going to help any of us. Because you can easily say, you know what, Chair, have a meeting with your team, now we're leaving, because clearly you are on another mission. The mission is not holding us accountable. You want to prove a point, you want to show that you are a committee, you are superior, and all of that is not going to help us. So please, when you leave today, just so you know, this team here wants to work with you, so that the people of South Africa get better service. And that's all from our side. And we also want to take this opportunity. I'm made aware that the chair of the Portfolio Committee of Agriculture in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature had also joined the meeting during the deliberation. We acknowledge you, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee in the Gauteng Legislature, Mr. Melde, you are welcome. Honorable Melde, you are welcome. Unfortunately, we could not acknowledge you because we did not want to disturb the flow of the meeting, but you are acknowledged, and thank you for taking time to join the meeting. If Minister, from your side, or parting shot, if none, we want to close our meeting, but let me give you and let me hear from you before I close the meeting. Your parting shot.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Modise, and again, thank you very much for your comments. We share the sentiments completely. We're here to work. We're here to make sure that agriculture is accountable and that we are able to achieve the objectives that we've set for the sector, because it's a huge opportunity. Obviously, it's unfortunate about the Wednesdays. We have a cabinet meeting on the Wednesday, but Chairperson, I'm happy to avail myself at any stage, like this evening. If we're able to meet after the cabinet meeting or the like for briefings, I'm more than happy to make myself available to that. And obviously, if there are no cabinet meetings on a Wednesday, to try and make sure that we can attend. We enjoy the scrutiny, we enjoy the accountability, and we enjoy the opportunity to learn as well from people on your committee and in the provinces. Nobody has a monopoly on good ideas, and we're all ears around what we can do to help grow the sector. So thank you very much for a very constructive evening, and we look forward to many more going forward, and we look forward to many more engagements as well. May I also just take this opportunity to thank the officials who joined this evening. I know that it's after hours, but I want to thank you very much, Doc Puti and the team. And we hope that agriculture is going to make all of you proud in the years ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, and your team. And our session with you is adjourned. We're still going to on the next meeting with the Ministry of Energy and Electricity. So with this one, our session is adjourned. Good night, go well, go Shell. And those who are driving, drive safe. Aska, please indicate once the Ministry has joined the meeting. Ne?
Yes, Chair. I just spoke to them. They have landed, and I think that everybody's trying to connect now. So we'll just
shout once everyone is on the platform.
Well do, sir.
Please, honorable members, please don't log out. Please don't log out unless if you want to take 5 minutes break or recharge your phone or something like that. But please don't log out. Sinatemba, you can log out. Victor, unless these are the new people that are joining the meeting. Joss, bye-bye.
Sorry, Chair, it's Honorable Kennedy. My gadget is playing games with me.
This gadget is out of order. It's extremely out of order. It must be told.
Some of the questions I wanted to know about climate smart and then technology, I hear Minister answering them. Say, at least I'm covered half of my questions. The others I'll write to them. Thank you.
Yeah, no. In fact, the written ones, I mean, I believe they're much better than the oral ones, because at least you can
Yes, because
produce
this,
it tomorrow, say this is what you said in black and white.
yeah, I should think I do. Because this gadget I'm using now, it's somehow.
I mean, I know
tried
Member
to open
Dlamini is a proponent. Member Dlamini, I know you are a proponent of the virtual meetings. I don't like them. I don't like them. I know
Good
you
evening,
enjoy.
Chairperson. Good evening, colleagues. It's tough. I joined the meeting late, Chair,
Good
because I
evening,
just
Chairperson.
landed.
Good evening, Chairperson.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I know you.
Dumela
You love.
Madlamini.
Mabilo is out
Dumela
of order.
Madlamini.
Mabilo.
Dumela Madlamini. Dumela Sitole.
Mabilo, hi.
Dumela Nodada, my
Dumela,
sister.
Mabilo.
Yeah.
Mabilo.
Yeah, ke batla go tsikinya ntatoa. Madlamini.
Nee, man.
Se ke ba direla gwede makgaga.
Bilos.
Brabino. Is Mr. Honorable Farmer in the platform? He was quiet. Has he arrived?
He was quiet. I'm surprised.
No, he was traveling. I know he was traveling. I know he was traveling.
He's present here.
Oh, Brabino.
Your silence is deafening me, Farmer.
No, Honorable Farmer was not here. He's just joined.
Hey.
Now I understand.
Okay, I see Ntlamulo. Is your team on the platform? Okay, Subesh. I know you are the Denzel Washington in the department. You are acting there. Subesh?
Chair, good evening.
Yes. Are we good to go? Who's presenting? Are your presenters ready?
Yes. Just give me a minute, Chair. I'm just trying to establish who from the team is online. I do know that the Deputy Minister will join the platform. I don't. Oh, no, the Deputy Minister is not online yet.
Yeah, just confirm from the presenter, because we have made aware that the Deputy Minister lost her father today.
Yes.
But later on I was made aware that she had indicated she would sacrifice a certain bit of time to be in the meeting.
Yeah.
And that the minister would be traveling as the meeting starts, but as soon as he lands, he will then connect into the meeting. So I thought with those two apologies, that promises that the executive will be in the meeting. We can then take the presentation in the meantime. I believe they know, they are aware of the presentation, so that by the time we get to the question and answer session, they're already in the meeting. Instead of waiting, we could be using the time constructively in the meantime.
Yeah, I'm with your permission, I'm happy to proceed. Some of the colleagues who are meant to, the DDGs in particular, are not on the line yet, but I'm happy to run you through the start the presentation. The manner in which we generally run it is the elements that relate to the strategic plan and the more transversal issues, I'll deal with them. And then as we get to the programs, the DDGs will take over. I also just see that.
Okay, no, let's do this. Let's do this. I don't want to rush anything. Let's be professional. Let's do everything accordingly. Let's agree that our meeting will start now in the next 6 minutes. Exactly in 100 hours, we'll start our meeting. And then use this 6 minutes in between to locate everyone that you need to be in the meeting and check I almost say how far they are. Just check them and ask them to join the platform, so that exactly at 9 o'clock I will be opening the meeting, and hopefully by then everyone will be in the platform.
Thanks, Chair. I'll certainly do that. I just to know, Chair, I see the Deputy Minister has joined the platform. Chairman.
Yeah, if the Deputy Minister is here, then let's rush. Yeah, let's go. Honorable members, we're starting the meeting. ask her if there are provincial members who have joined. I'm not sure if there's a provincial Department of Energy and Electricity, but if there is and there are portfolio committee members that have joined, please indicate. If there's MEC responsible for energy in any province that have joined, please indicate like you did in the meeting that we just came out. If you can, Aska, please flight the agenda. I know the agenda would be the presentation of the APPs and strike plan from the department, engagement with that, and then we'll consider the minutes. We'll take all the minutes that we have not taken immediately after this meeting so that we know that we have dealt with all the minutes that are outstanding. Unless, Aska, you are not ready with the minutes when we get to the minutes. But for now, let me take this opportunity to welcome the Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, on behalf of the committee and the entire team, please receive our sincere condolences to yourself and your family. I suppose I know the pain, and probably majority of us on the platform know the pain of losing a parent or a loved one. So please receive our sincere condolences and say thank you that in this difficult time you still found time, or you're still able to make time for the committee, putting the people of South Africa before your personal bereavement. It's not everyone who does that, and for that we want to thank you very much. And you have earned my respect with what you have done. It's most of the time it's very difficult for us as public servants to divorce ourselves from our responsibilities when we are directly affected. And what we have displayed today, to me, it's only heroes that will do that. And as of today, I respect you more than I did before. And yeah, you have just made an impression, a very good impression on me. Brafam, Mr. Bauer, do we have apologies?
No, Chairperson.
We
No,
do
sorry.
not have apologies.
We have a full house.
Okay. Let me take this opportunity then to invite the Deputy Minister on the platform for her opening remarks. You know our drill, Deputy Minister. You'll give us your opening remarks and then you'll hand over to the person or the people that are going to make presentation. When they're done, you'll give us your political overview of the presentation made, and then you'll hand it over back so that we can then facilitate the question and answer session. With that, DM, we hand over to you.
Good evening, Chairperson. Good evening, everybody, members, officials, everybody on the platform. I'd like to take the opportunity, firstly, to thank you, Chairperson, for your unbelievably kind words. I really do appreciate it. But as I say to everybody, my work brings me so much joy that I find peace in my work. So I really do appreciate your kind message. And I'm very glad that I could be here this evening. As everybody's aware, tonight's meeting is around the APP and the budget in preparation for the budget vote that's coming up. You all aware as well that our department was only started on the 1st of April. It only became official on the 1st of April. And what it has required is a consolidation of 3 different department groupings into one department. In other words, we have had to bring in people from the former Department of Public Enterprises, particularly those who were responsible for looking after Eskom. We've had to consolidate the people from the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. So we brought in the energy sector that was part of that department. And then obviously the Ministry of Electricity has formed the sort of political lead in this department. And then obviously bringing in the Deputy Minister's office because there wasn't one there before. So it's been a very difficult job of consolidation. And obviously what has happened is that we have, we've started with a relatively clean slate in some respects, but also with a lot of historical baggage that we've had to bring across, having inherited some legacy issues that we need to obviously deal with. So we've had feedback that obviously some of our KPIs and some of our targets are not as clearly defined as they should be, or not as thoroughly identified as they should be. However, I think for a baseline starting point, I think the team has done an excellent job in putting together what is the foundation of what will be the next 5 years of this department. So we are hoping that as everybody as the team takes us through this presentation, you'll get a better understanding of where our focal areas are going to be. But also that there is still some work that needs to be done in terms of populating our organogram and really defining where this department is going to go. We've also had to design an APP and our targets without having an integrated resource plan yet. So that obviously, it's made it very difficult for us to then identify the focal areas on the electricity side. But again, I think this will be our first year of working with what we've got, and then from next year we'll be in a better position to review where what has worked, what hasn't, and where we need to make changes. So I think we've got a very good starting point, and I'm very proud to hand over to the team so that they can then take us through the APP and the budget for this financial year. So thank you very, very much, Chair. And once again, thank you very much for your kind words. I greatly appreciate them. I'll hand over now to the Acting Director General, Subesh Pillay, to take you through the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, DM. And good evening once more, Chair. Chairperson, I am joined now by 3 DDGs. DDG Thabo Kekana is responsible for programs and projects. He is also in that branch. He's also responsible for what we call the INEP program, the Integrated National Electrification Program. That's an area based on your agenda, Chair, that we will zoom in terms of the provincialization of the program, if you like. And then I'm joined by DDG Zizamela Mbambo. DDG Mbambo is responsible for the nuclear branch. And then I saw Dr. Bhagwandan, Kubeshni Bhagwandan. Dr. Bhagwandan is responsible for principally for the branch responsible for oversight of the SOEs. So we've got 4 entities and 2 SOCs in the form of ESCOM and NEXA. And because we don't have a DDG for the policy areas, she's also responsible for energy policy at the moment. So, Chair, I'll just your guidance check. Can I flight the presentation from my end, or will somebody flight it from that side?
I think it's best if you do it yourself, so that you don't struggle with anything else.
Sure, I will do that, Chair. Is it visible, Chair?
Yes, sir, it is. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right, let me just go back to the get it back on slide view. Okay. So, Chairperson, that's the outline of the presentation. I won't go through the detail there, but we'll take you through the strat plan, the APP, and then, as I say, we'll focus a bit on INEP, which is the program that accounts for the biggest proportion of our budget. The Deputy Minister has very eloquently set out the background, Chair. So again, I will not spend time on this slide. And just to confirm that we had submitted the original APP based on the planning framework before the March deadline, and then subsequently, as a result of the budget process this year, we were then asked both by Parliament and the Office of the Deputy President to update based on the revised allocations in the final budget book, and the presentation, Chair, before you reflects the updated APP as we've resubmitted it through the parliamentary process. The Deputy Minister again makes the point around the the nature of the department. It is a new department. We came into being as a department for 10 on the 1st of April. So parallel to the normal governance, rather the normal planning processes, the normal APP processes, there's a lot of work that is going into building the organization. We have, through the NMOG process, we have a startup structure. I'll refer to that in a minute. And then obviously the work continues parallel to develop an optimal structure. And on top of that layer, of course, we continue to have designed and now implementing the APP. Chair, these are the sets of legislation that have been either assigned, that have been assigned by the President to the Minister, and therefore this is the ambit under which the Department of Electricity and Energy operates, if you like, the legal purview of the department. The most recent, of course, is the amendment to the Energy Regulation Act, but that constitutes, as you have it there, the suite of legislation that what we are responsible for as a department. Chair, then based on the work we've been doing, as I say, the department came into being on the 1st of April. Of course, the minister was appointed with the elections, or just beyond the elections last year, with the constitution of the 7th administration. So we had an opportunity to go through a strategic planning session, given the scope set out both in the assignment to the minister and broadly as set out in the scheme of legislation that we've just looked at. What underpinned this formulation of the vision and mission statement, of course, is a series of engagements, consultation that we had with various stakeholders, including the 6 entities that report under the ministry. And having gone through that exercise, we've essentially codified the vision, as you have it set out there, to build a sustainable, inclusive, and efficient energy system that ensures security, affordability, reliability, thriving transformation for all South Africans. And we expand that vision into the mission statement as follows: to ensure stable, secure, and sustainable energy supply that supports economic growth, advances just energy transition, and modernizes infrastructure through effective legislation, transparent governance, strategic partnerships at national, regional, and global levels. So that's the vision and mission statement, and that is further expanded in a set of or a value system that identifies 5 core values. First being sustainability, innovation, accountability, inclusivity, and collaboration. And for our purpose, we've defined sustainability as the balance between economic growth, energy security, and environmental responsibility, ensuring a low carbon, climate resilient, and reliable energy future. And then innovation, as that we will be a department that embraces cutting-edge technologies, digitalization, and really a new philosophy that underpins how we modernize South Africa's energy sector, focusing on efficiency improvements. Accountability, of course, part of it is our appearance here in the portfolio committee, but just the general sense that we will uphold the highest standard of ethical leadership, transparency, and regulatory compliance, ensuring public trust and service excellence. Inclusivity, that we expand energy access and affordability while ensuring meaningful participation of previously disadvantaged communities, women, youth, in the work that we do around the energy ecosystem. And then finally on collaboration, and driven by the point that I make around the capacitation of the department in the first instance, but just generally in terms of the philosophy of how we work as a department, that we have to take work across government. There's a lot of synergy that has to happen between different line functions, the Department of Forestry, DFFE. There's a lot of collaboration with the department, the DTIC, the Department of Transport. So the point we're making is that we don't operate as a silo. We operate in an ecosystem of government, industry, and civil society to drive coordinated solutions to enhance energy security and economic growth and development. Chair, as I say, this is the macro structure, so the level 1 and 2. Of course, the ministry, which is composed of the minister's office and the office of the deputy minister, and then the office of the director general, as you say, currently in the form of an acting director general, and then those are the 4 branches that are assigned or are established under the macro structure through the NMOG process, the Energy Planning and Policy Development Department. We've got the energy programs and projects. We've got the nuclear energy regulation and management, and then we've got SOC support support services, and the DDGs as you have them there are set out. The total staff complement of the department is 383. That's the posts on structure. We currently have in the order of about 38 vacant but funded posts, and we are in the process of filling those posts. That includes the one position of the DDG, the position of the DG, the CFO. Those are the senior posts that are included in the 38. That is in the process of being going through the recruitment process. And then, as I make the point, in terms of the NMOG process, we had the 6-month period for the startup structure, which is what is before you, and then we're required to do work to get us to an optimal structure, and that work will obviously come back through the parliamentary process, both to the portfolio committee and to the select committee, as we bring that work to conclusion. The Chair made reference to the 6 entities that we are responsible for, the 2 SOCs being NACSA, the Nuclear Energy Company of South Africa, and then ESCOM, and then of course SANEDI, NERSA, SANEDI being the research engine. I'll speak a little bit about SANEDI in terms of their role and how we're framing that role as a energy center of excellence, but that is one of our entities. Of course, the 2 regulators, NERSA, the electricity sector and gas specifically, and then the NNR being the National Nuclear Regulator, as implied, a regulator over matters of nuclear. And then we've got what we call NRWADI, that's the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute, and their core mandate is, as the name implies, is to take responsibility for the disposal of all radioactive waste that is generated both by NECS and ESCOM, but also any other nuclear waste generated outside of the public sector. Chairperson, we've codified 5 strategic objectives for the period 24 to 29, based on that vision statement that we've outlined earlier. The first of which is to achieve universal access. And we say that universal access must be amplified by, firstly, availability, affordability, as well as the quality of supply. So none of them by themselves means much outside of the 3 elements. The energy must be available, it must be affordable to South Africans, and it must be a qualitative supply of energy that we provide. The second strategic objective is to attain sovereign and regional energy security. And the manner in which we unpack that is to say we must defend and expand ESCOM's share of generation capacity. We must drive catalytic programs, particularly in the green hydrogen sector, and we must reset the role and place of nuclear and expand and modernize our transmission infrastructure. And so as we go through later into the APPs, you will see how we've begun to unpack and give practical expression to these objectives. And then, of course, there are 3, if you like, transversal objectives that cut across how we achieve the objectives of the department. Firstly, is that all of our programs must come together to drive industrialization and lead innovation. So yesterday we were appearing before the portfolio committee to look at, it was dealing with the battery energy systems, but the one point that the minister made is that over the past 15 years, we've run through an IPP, an independent power producer program. We've invested over, I think it's over 400 billion rands in infrastructure to support the renewable energy sector, but we haven't been able to develop and incubate any sustainable sector in the renewable business in the renewable energy sector, in spite of that massive injection that had gone into the economy. And similarly, if you look at it from a transformation point of view, although we have had a significant growth and increase in the number of black South Africans participating in the consortiums that are part of that IPP process, we have not been able to build a sustainable class of black industrialists in the energy sector broadly, and particularly as in the case that I'm making reference to in the renewable energy sector. So that is a key outcome for how we reorganize the department. So it's not enough to deliver energy. It's not enough for that energy to be affordable and to be accessible and to be qualitative. It has to ensure that there is inclusive growth, and that growth is underpinned by an industrial-led and manufacturing-focused industrialization program. And that, of course, what would give impetus to that growth is our ability to initiate innovation, to incubate that innovation, to commercialize that innovation, so that it goes into the cycle of the ecosystem of delivering energy security. And then similarly, that in the work that we do, we have to transform the energy demographics, and in particular to elevate the role of women and young people. And then finally, that in doing this work, we have an obligation not only to provide thought leadership, to assert leadership in the country, but to provide leadership across the continent and indeed provide global energy leadership as a country. Chair, the slide, I will not go through the detail. Suffice to say, what we've done here is to show how we align the MTDP priorities with the work of the department. I'll not deal with this slide, Chair, because in the following slides we go line by line to set out how the MTDP outcomes are aligned to the department's priority objectives, and how that gets to be translated in the strategic plan. So just the rationale of the slide that's before you, Chair. The MDDP, as it indicates, we say what priority we're dealing with in the MDDP in the bottom block to the left. In the center block to the left, the specific outcome from the MDDP, and then in the top block to the left, where it says MOEE, of course, that is the alignment to the department's strategic objectives, the 5 I've just taken you through. And then in the block to the right, we set out the outcome indicators, the baseline, and the 5-year target for the specific deliverables that link to those environments to the left. So, Chair, these are quite detailed. I'll take your guidance if we should go through the detail of each slide. I could maybe do 1 or 2 just to give you the rationale, and then perhaps just pass through in a bit more high level on the next sets, and then we'll get to the branches. So, Chair, if I can just get your guidance at the level of detail.
You are the presenter, Acting DG. You are the presenter. Yes,
Okay,
you
Chair,
decide what you do, because we have the presentation. We've gone through the presentation.
Sure. No, I appreciate that, Chairperson. So what I will do is just to take you to 2 or 3 slides with the details so that you get a sense of the rationale that sits behind, and then I'll just scan through on the actual indicators, because I suppose that would be the focus of the department's assessment of what we're putting before you. So, Chair, as I say, to start, the first objective, priority 1, in terms of the ministries, universal access, affordability, and quality. Or let me start at the bottom. So, priority 3 of the MTDP is a coordinated energy planning, and the DDM for energy services, the district development model for energy services. The outcome that we're chasing there is a coherent, aligned, and impactful national energy policy and planning framework, and that aligns to outcomes priority 1s for 1 and 2 in terms of the 5 strategic areas that we've outlined for the department. There we have 3 sets of indicators. The DM made the point about the IRP earlier. That IRP is now in its final phase of implementation. We've just gone through NEDLAC. We're now preparing to go to Cabinet. And so the indicator is that we will have finalized the IRP, and by as an indicator, the 5-year target, of course, is that having approved the IRP now in year 1, we will have fully implemented the mix set out in the IRP, and of course the baseline is the current 2019 IRP. The second indicator there is the alignment of provincial and municipal energy policies with the National Energy Plan. Chair, earlier on, as you opened the meeting, you asked the question whether there are MECs responsible for electricity and energy in the provinces. That is not the case in a specific legal sense. But what provinces have done is organized differently where the energy interventions sit. So in some provinces, they sit directly with the premier. In other provinces, they sit either in COCTA or in the department of the provincial departments of economic development. The point that we're making here is that ultimately, what we design as a national energy policy and energy plan must cascade down, align, and synthesize with the work that both provinces do, and ultimately filter down to the levels of municipalities across the country, to ensure that there's proper synergy and coordination of our energy planning, in the first instance, and then the execution of the plan that comes about as a result. The baseline, of course, is that we currently have a very fragmented planning framework, and the 5-year target is that we would have fully aligned that level of intersphere planning with the National Energy Plan. The third indicator there is around the work we're doing around the gas master plan. The indicator is the finalization and implementation of the gas master plan. The status, the baseline, if you like, is that the plan is currently in draft, the gas master plan, and the 5-year target, similarly to the IRPs that we'll have approved and gone on to implement the outcomes of the gas master plan. So this deals with more the energy planning environment. Then, Chair, I'm not going to. The column to the left is fairly self-evident. That's, as I say, the alignment to the MDDP and the department's objectives. Here, we're dealing with the first indicator. There is a turnaround time for energy investments, including the IPP process, the licensing, grid access, issues around nuclear compliance. Currently, an investment takes anything upwards of 2 years to land. So if an investor comes and say we want to put up a small-scale embedded generation project, by the time we get through not even the construction period, just the regulatory environment, approvals at all levels, municipal approvals, licensing, EIA applications and approvals, all of that process in excess of 24 months. The intention is that working through the one-stop shop that was set up as part of the Energy Action Plan, that we will drive down the turnaround time for approval of investments. This is the regulatory approval for investments to under 6 months, and then allow for the construction period, and of course for those whatever those facilities are to come into commercial operations. The second indicator there is the proportion of nuclear energy projects compliant with the international safety standards. We're currently sitting at a range of about 85% of compliance. And of course, because that's a highly regulated environment, we must drive to a point that we're 100% compliant with the requirements of international standards around nuclear safety. That relates both to the work that the branch Nuclear Energy and Regulations is responsible for, but also critically embedded with the National Nuclear Regulation and their authority as a regulator in that space. And then the proportion of electricity generation capacity procured from IPPs. We say that 14%, currently 14% of generation capacity is drawn from IPPs. And the target for the 5 years is that we must drive that level of private generation to 40%. Now, in the portfolio committee, there was a question raised around what the role of Eskom is. There's an indicator much later on. The point we should highlight here is that included in that 40% is what Eskom will procure as a public utility in the renewable space through their own what they broadly now referring to as Eskom Green Program. So 40% of total generation will come from renewables, and that includes both private generators, and for the purpose of the department, it will include the generation capacity of renewable energy that comes out of Eskom. Then the fourth one there is the proportion of electricity market operating under a competitive trading framework. There is currently no framework. The ERA is the legislation that brought into being the competitive trading market. ERA had come into effect as of the 1st of January this year, and we are now working to put in place the rules for the trading market, the rules for the national systems operator. And by the end of term, we should have a fully operational wholesale electricity market. And then finally, the implementation status of market codes for competitive electricity trading. Essentially, these are the rules for competitive trading. Again, because it's a new area, there's no baseline. The 5-year target is that we will have adopted and fully implemented the market codes, and included there is that we will have strengthened the role of NERSA as the regulator in this space to fully preside over the regulatory elements of a competitive electricity trading market. Then, Chair, around the outcome 3, the increased investments in energy infrastructure, grid expansion, and technological innovation. 5 indicators there. The first one is renewable energy capacity, which includes wind, solar, and battery storage. We currently have just breached the 7,000 megawatts, or if you like, 7.2 gigawatts of renewable energy. And the point is that by the end of, or the target rather, is that by the end of the period, the MTREF period, sorry, the 7th administration, we will have grown our renewable energy portfolio to 20 gigawatts of renewable energy. And then the second indicator there, proportion of new generation capacity sourced from renewable energy. 30% of renewable energy currently sourced of new generation sourced from renewable energy, and the target is to drive it to 60% of new capacity from renewable energy. So this is the point I was making earlier on this target, which is the 40% of generation capacity from IPPs, and this one being 60% being the total proportion of new generation capacity from renewables. And the point I was attempting to explain is that it includes what Eskom will procure as the state utility. And then on the expansion of the transmission network, the expansion of the transmission infrastructure is generally codified under what we refer to as the Transmission Development Plan. The TDP is revised annually. So based on the 2024 Transmission Development Plan, it estimated that we are required over a 10-year period to deliver 14,000 kilometers of new transmission infrastructure. And so for the period, the 5-year period up to 2030, that will take us to about 5,000 kilometers of new transmission infrastructure that we will build and introduce into the transmission system by the end of the current 5-year term. And then the total private sector investment in energy infrastructure currently sitting at about 80 billion. And the point is to drive that to in the order of 400 billion rands worth of private sector investment in energy infrastructure. And that includes the work that the investments we will attract in the transmission infrastructure under the Integrated Transmission Projects Office, which is a methodology of fast-tracking the delivery of transmission infrastructure. And then around power systems reliability, we do know that we've just in the 23-24 financial year experienced the highest levels of load shedding, probably in recorded history. And the target for the 5 years is that we will really put an end to load shedding, and that we will get systems reliability to upwards of 99%. And then outcome 4, just energy transition, enabling industrialization and job creation. This is the point I made about how we execute the program. 4 indicators there: total renewable energy capacity installed. The 11,000 megawatts is currently the baseline, and the target for 5 years is to drive it up to around 33,000 megawatts of installed renewable capacity. And then the department is also responsible for the green hydrogen sector. The indicator is the total hydrogen production capacity. We're currently in early stage project development in the green hydrogen space, and the target there is to get us to about 500,000 tons of green hydrogen production capacity established and delivered. And the third indicator is the proportion of locally manufactured components for renewable energy projects. We currently have limited localization. The bulk of that is not even manufacturing; it's assembly. We have a very small proportion of panels being manufactured in the country. And in the 5 years, the intention of the department is to drive locally manufactured components, particularly for renewable energy projects, to in the order of 60%. Then lastly, the total number of jobs created through the just energy transition. We currently don't have the job data centralized, but the target for the 5 years is that we'll create in the order of 2,000 new energy sector jobs created through the work that we're doing around the just energy transition. Outcome 5, strengthening intergovernmental, regional, and global coordination. 3 outputs there. Proportion of electricity traded within the Southern African Power Pool, the SAP. We currently trade about 5% within that power pool, and the intention is to drive that to 15%. So this means that we must increase our generation capacity so that we are able to the part of the work that we're doing for the G20 is to look at how we integrate the regional power pools, but also how we create the infrastructure to support the trading of electricity and the evacuation of the electrons across countries through the interconnected transmission infrastructure to support that output. The second one there is South Africa's global ranking in clean energy investments. We currently rank outside of the top 20, and by the end of the 10 years, we want to position the country within the top 10 global destinations for clean energy investments. And then the number of regional interconnection projects. This is the link to the first output there. We currently only have the Mozambique-South Africa line, and the 5-year target is that we will have those lines, the 3 of them, the Zambia, Tanzania, Kenya line, the DRC, South Congo, and 1 other line to support the African interconnection on the transmission side. On the building a capable state, the number of state-owned entities achieving clean audits, 2 entities currently had received clean audits. The target for the 5 years is that all 6 of those entities will come in with clean audits. Proportion of state-owned energy entity projects completed on time and on budget. The current baseline is 60%, and the 5-year target is that we drive the efficiency of the manner in which we deliver energy infrastructure, at least in the private sector. Upwards of 90% of projects should have been completed on time and within the allocated budgets. And then lastly there, the financial sustainability of state-owned entities based on the debt service coverage ratio, cost recoveries, and liquidity ratios. We do know that currently Eskom received bailouts, which has allowed it to be operationally stable. They are now moving into an area of increased profitability. And the 5-year target is to ensure that we've improved financial sustainability of the state-owned entities with strengthened balance sheets, cost recovery, improve financial ratios based on the 3 that we've identified there. Outcome 7, building a capable, high-performing and digitally enabled organization. This now is specifically in reference to the department. The external audit outcome. This is a new indicator because we are a new department. The target is to maintain a clean audit annually over the 5 years. I can just say, Chair, that we are working very closely with the Office of the AG as we build up systems, the internal control environment, and we're working quite closely, as I say, with the Office of the AG to get us to a point where the systems and processes that must underpin the achievement of this outcome is put in place at early stage and then matures over the life of the department into the 5 years. And then the proportion of the department of the department's core business that functions digitally. This is a new indicator, Chair, just as an antidote. As I was waiting for this meeting to start, I was approving leave forms. If I can tell you, Chair, that it's a hardcover book that we're approving leave forms. So that's where we are as a department. That's the baseline. And the point is to get us to 100% of our core business functions digitalized. And the DG Kekana is very passionate about this area and is leading that work on behalf of the department. And then on gender and youth representation in the department, this is the internal, the department headcount, currently 35-20% split between women and youth. and the target is to get us to 50% women and 40% youth. And this is at all levels of the organization. So if you look at our current standing, the levels of women and young people in the senior management echelons are much lower than those percentages. So the point we're making here is that those percentages must represent a cross-cutting across the levels within the organization of representation. So, Chair, that's the 5-year strategic plan. This is then the indicative under the approved medium-term expenditure framework. Our baseline for 25-26 is or not baseline, but our allocation for the current financial year is just over the 6.6 million mark, 6.69 billion. That then increases to 6.879 billion in year 2, and then 7.143 billion in the 27-28 financial year. So, Chair, if you like, the total budget is in the order for the 3-year period is in the order of 20.7 billion rand. The programs and project branch is the biggest, consumes the biggest proportion of that budget, and that's largely the INEP program. The Chair will call upon DDG Kekana in a short while just to take you through the INEP program, because that's a significant proportion of the budget. I'll take you through that breakdown in a moment. And then the nuclear branch receives about 23.15% of the total allocation. And a large part of that is the allocation that is transferred. In the instance of programs and projects, this is INEP, and then ESCOM, to NEXA, in the instance of the nuclear regulations and management branch. Share that text. My screen seems to be okay. There we go. So, Chair, the work of the department is straddling over the 5 program areas. So, program 1 is administration, 2 being energy planning and policy development, 3 being energy programs and projects, 4 being the nuclear energy regulation and management, and then program 5 is the state-owned companies support services. Chair, I will deal, with your permission, with program 1, and then I will ask the DDGs to deal with their respective program areas. Program 1 incorporates the ministry, so the office of the minister, the deputy minister, and then program, that's the first sub-program. The second sub-program is the office of the DG. This is the general administration of the branch. The risk and integrity management function sits there. The strategy monitoring and evaluation, as well as the corporate communications management function, sits in the office of the DG. So does the internal audit. The financial administration, which is headed by the chief financial officer, is incorporated under administration, program 1. And then, of course, the corporate services, the chief director. So unlike other departments, we don't have a branch responsible for corporate services. We have a chief directorate that sits within program 1. Chair, I think this is detail. I think because I've covered the 5-year strat plan, this is the detailed indicators for the annual performance plan for 25-26. I will, Chair, with your permission, you did say that members had received and gone through. So I'll glean through this so that we allow a little bit of time for the INEP presentation, because it's a couple of slides. And maybe just to wrap up then, the administration for program 1. The total allocation is 248 million rands for the current financial year, and that grows to 267 million rand into 27-28 financial year over the 5 sub-programs. Sorry, 6 sub-programs in Program 1. Shall then ask DDG Bangwandan to take us through the energy planning and the SOC, so programs 2 and 5. DDG, if I can ask in a similar fashion, you can just highlight the APP indicators that you think are high level for the committee, and then we'll take Chair will take the INEP present the program 4. Sorry, the programs and projects. Sorry, that's in fact program 3, programs and projects, and then Chair will conclude with the nuclear branch. DDG Bangwandan, if you can conclude.
Okay. Thank you, DG, and good evening, Chair. Good evening, DG, and all the colleagues on the platform. In terms of energy planning and policy, we have 3 sub-programs. We have the Nuclear, Electricity and Gas Policy Directorate, which develops and reviews policy and legislative frameworks for nuclear, electricity and the gas sectors, and also conducts research, monitors the impact of policy implementation. We have energy planning, and essentially they secure the supply of electricity resources through evidence-based planning, manages the development of energy plans, and conducts research and analysis of market trends. We also have a sub-program for intergovernmental relations, international collaborations, and transformation directorate, which facilitates national and international energy cooperation and aligns the Department of Electricity and Energy's works with regional, continental, and global energy commitments. Next slide, please. Okay, so just going to highlight the main deliverables for the year. So one of the key deliverables is the integrated resource plan, which we will be submitting to Cabinet for this year. We will also be developing the gas master plan and submitting that to Cabinet. There will be work done to develop the integrated energy plan, and that draft will be produced and socialized. There will also be national energy forecasting and data management systems that will be upgraded, and then reports will be published in terms of energy balancing, energy statistics reports will be published, such as the pricing reports, trading reports, and sector reports. Also, the NEDLAC report on the draft Nuclear Energy Act Amendment Bill will be obtained, and we will be creating or establishing a national energy market oversight and coordination unit, as well as revising the Just Energy Framework, and that will be reviewed and approved. Thank you. If you can move to the other slides, DG. All right. For this program too, for the year, the budget will be 78 million rand 440,000, and you can see the breakdown with 38 million rand going to energy planning, 27 million rand to the policy unit for nuclear, electricity and gas policy, and then 12 million rand will be spent on intergovernmental relations, international collaborations and transformation. Okay, in terms of Program 5, this is state-owned entities support. We have 3 sub-programs that look after essentially the oversight of the state-owned companies. We have the Energy Resources Branch, which looks at the operational, strategic, and technical shareholder oversight to ensure alignment with national energy priorities. There is a state-owned company's financial assurance and investment chief directorate, which conducts the financial oversight and investment analysis for the state-owned entities to enhance their long-term viability. There's also a Chief Directorate for Risk Governance and Legal Assurance, and this sub-program develops, monitors, and advises on legislative and corporate governance and shareholder management systems that will be put in place for the department and the state-owned entities. And also, this directorate develops and implements risk and compliance management guidelines and systems. Next slide. In terms of the key deliverables, 2 shareholder compacts will be finalized, and that will be for the Schedule 2 companies, Eskom and Nexa. Strategic intent statements will also be developed for Nexa, and Eskom, and this is to articulate the shareholder expectations. The corporate plan will be reviewed for both the Nexa and Eskom. And the annual performance plans for NERSA, National Nuclear Regulator, the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute, and SANEDI will also be reviewed. The number of reports on monitoring compliance, on conditions for the debt relief package for Eskom, this will be monitored, and 4 quarterly reports will be issued in terms of monitoring for that debt compliance. And that's as per the National Treasury conditions. There will also be monitoring reports on Eskom's restructuring process, and that's the restructuring of Eskom into separate subsidiaries for generation, transmission, and distribution. We will also continue to monitor the progress of Eskom generation as they recover the power plants and improve the energy availability factor. Next slide. In Program 5, we will be spending 43 million rand, 258,000. The Energy Resources branch will be spending 22,984,000 rand. The Financial Assurance Investment Support, 4.7 million, and the Governance, Risk and Legal Assurance Unit will be spending 15.5 million rand. Thank you, DG, and back to you.
Thanks, DG. Chair, if I may ask DG Kekana to lead us on Program 3, and then also for him to deal with the INEP program specifically, and then we'll close with DG Mambo on the nuclear branch. DG Kekana?
Thank you, Acting DG, and good evening, Chairperson, and all the members, and also to the DM. DG, if you may allow me to share my slides, because I didn't, unfortunately, I didn't send them in the pack. If I could be allowed to share, please.
Do you want to close out on the APP, and then we can get to the INEP program? Did you?
Yes, close this one, and I will.
Okay, sure.
Close this one, and you, yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, please. Thank you. And let me share this. There we go. Just let me. It's visible. It should be visible now. All good?
Yes, it's visible.
All right. Thank you once more. Thanks. We'll just take committee members through the INEP program. Program 3, which is energy programs and projects, but more emphasis on INEP because I'm just going to expand on it. So the branch objectives that it's highlighted on the screen, it's all about obviously electrification to achieve universal access. We're also focusing on strategic oversight and project management. We promote localization and technology transfer, obviously with the view of creating jobs We want to ensure sustainable energy access and industrial transformation. And lastly, we'll be focusing on the infrastructure expansion within the electricity space. This branch is divided into 4 sub-programs, mainly INEP, which is the Integrated National Energy Electrification Program. We also have Programs and Project Management Office. Over here, we focus more on special projects that will actually ensure transformation and participation of women and youth, and lastly, and most importantly, people with disability. We also, one of the sub-programs that will feature, it's on the electricity infrastructure and the industry transformation. And lastly, we also, one of the sub-programs that we're dealing with is the clean energy. Over here, that's where we have the Renewable Energy Master Plan, the Energy Efficiency Program, and also the green hydrogen initiatives that we're driving. Just a quick snapshot, focusing on the APP. We currently have 12 main targets. So I just want to highlight those that are very key, that we think that they will have high impact as the department. We're currently focusing on the repurposing of INEP, and I'll expand more in the next few slides. And why we're doing that, our main focus in the next 5 years, obviously, we currently have a big backlog, in terms of electrification. So we have estimated that we have 1.6 million households that are currently without electricity. So our key focus area within the new administration is to eradicate this backlog. So if I will run quickly again, focusing on the targets that will bring that will have a high impact in our work. Also within, I think DG has mentioned that very soon we're taking IRP to cabinet for approval, which is our blueprint of our future electricity mix in the country. Within this, as the branch, we are also focusing on bringing new generation capacity through the IPP program. So this is where the IPP office resides. And within the IPP program, we'll also be focusing a lot on gas to power generation. We want to bring 2 gigawatts of gas to power generation capacity within the country. And lastly, as one of the key projects that will be running, members might be aware that I think last month the minister has issued ministerial determination for the procurement of 1,164 kilometers of new transmission line through obviously private sector. And we have termed this through the ITP, which is Independent Transmission Project. It's also important to highlight the point that next month, end of July, we will be issuing a request for qualifications as we fully commence on the procurement program of this ITP program. And we're doing this also with the intention of issuing a full RFP before we go on the December break. So the ITP program is now currently in full swing. Hopefully, we will also contribute a lot towards the current 14,000 backlog that has been identified through the transmission development plan. So these are just a few highlights of our major targets. So, but all in all, we have 12 targets within the branch. Again, moving swiftly, just to expand more on the program, you will see that in the next 3 years, the MTF period, we have a total budget of close to just over 13 billion, but just focusing on the current year, you'll see that the bulk of the budget comprised of the INEP, which is the electrification program. So all in all, the branch itself, program 3, we actually account 71% of the total department's budget. And that obviously is because mainly of INEP as well as the clean energy program or initiatives. Just taking a look at the INEP as an area of interest, we all know that energy security is critically important for South Africa's growth and development. INEP obviously entails the electrification of households countrywide, and our main goal is to achieve universal access by 2030. The program is classified under DORA, which is the Division of Revenue Act. And within that, the DORA, we have what we call INEP under Schedule B, which focuses on municipal grant allocation, as well as Schedule 6B, which is ESCOM. And the program obviously entails grid electrification, but not only grid electrification, we also focus on what we call decentralized energy solutions, which is non-grid solutions, and I'll touch a little bit in the few slides to come. The connection rollout we've seen in the past that it's been now outpaced by the rising demand for new electrification, access to electricity and affordability, and of course, unplanned outages are some of the main challenges facing the industry. According to Stats SA, yes, if one has to look at since the program, the commencement of the program just post 1994, yes, we have seen a remarkable improvement of electricity rollout in the country. Despite all the successes that we've achieved, we still are sitting with a backlog of 1.6 million. And if one has to also take into consideration that, of course, we do have illegal connections, one could actually estimate that we could currently be sitting at a backlog of 3 million of households. Quick snapshots on the achievements. Since the inception of INEP, we've managed to connect over 8.4 million households across the country. We have currently achieved just 95% of electrification, and moving from a low base in 1996 of 58%. So what we would like to do in the next 5 years is to actually increase this number, just increase it by 2 notches from 95% to 97%, and we think that is easily achievable. To date, since the inception of the program, the government has spent over 110 billion, and on an annual basis, we support just under 200 municipalities. What does the program do? If one has to broaden it, it involves a lot of planning, administration, obviously monitoring, because we're doing a lot of implementation of projects, a lot of reporting as well, in line with the DORA requirements. We also help with technical analysis of audits and coordination. Key stakeholders, just to name few, we have ESCOM, obviously ESCOM being the national utility. We support municipalities. We have NERSA as our regulator, and we have the funder. And currently, it's the National Treasury, and we engage a lot and collaborate a lot with SALGA, overseeing obviously the municipalities. And of course, throughout the program, we appoint contractors, and within that, obviously, we manage to create jobs and also train young people throughout the program. The funding model currently is purely fiscus coming from National Treasury. As I've alluded, the program is divided into both grid electrification and non-grid electrification or decentralized electrification. Implementing agencies, we do have ESCOM within the ESCOM areas of supply, ESCOM itself implementing through the transfers that we're making. We also have our 200 municipalities participating across the country. And lastly, as a department, we also appoint service providers to go to rural areas and support households that are difficult to actually electrify through grid connections. We provide them with, which I will explain in a few slides, what we call solar home systems. Just a bit of stats in the last 5 years, the number of grid connections achieved, we managed to achieve just under 1,837,000 of connections. Our target in the last 5 years was to achieve 1 million household connections. So we just ran short in few connections. On an annual basis, on average, we do 167,000 connections. So these are just a few snapshots of the stats over the last 5 years. We believe that at the current pace, yes, if we keep on only connecting 167,000, we will not be able to achieve our ultimate goal, which is achieving universal access. In order to close the gap, the current backlog of 1.6 million of households, we need to do at least 300,000 connections per annum, which is mainly twice of what we've been doing the last 5 years. That will entail obviously more funding, resources from manpower point of view, and those are the kind of key interventions that we'll be focusing on in the next couple of months and years. Quick look at the budget allocations. In the last 5 years, we have spent just under 25 billion, and we're averaging on an annual basis at least 4 billion rands across between Eskom and municipalities. Our target, of course, was to spend over 25 billion. And again, we have seen a declining trend in expenditure. Obviously, we have seen problems within in terms of capacity to execute multiple projects over the years. And that's one of the things that we'll be addressing in the next few months. Looking at in parallel with grid connection, we also run a small program which is non-grid. Basically, in terms of funding, we always want to make sure that at least 10% of funding goes towards non-grid connection. Non-grid connections, these are small solar home systems. They just simply comprise of 150 watt DC, I'll say units. And those units just comprise of batteries, lithium-ion batteries. We also provide LED lighting for those households that we find deem very challenging to provide them normal grid connections. So on an annual basis, we receive just under 230 million, and I'm happy to report that in just this current financial year, we closed on the 31st of March 2025. We managed to spend just under 230 million, of which 18,000 poor households around the country that were actually benefited with electrification. Quick snapshot, how are we doing this? We have embarked on a process of doing extensive master plans where we assess the needs of various municipalities within various participating provinces. As I've highlighted, we have done studies and completed 6 out of 9 master plans, meaning 6 provinces. In this year, we'll be currently focusing on the remaining 3 master plans, which is around Free States, Northern Cape, and the Western Cape. What have we learned out of the master plans? Those studies have revealed very key statistics. We've seen that based on the studies, currently we need over 70 billion rands just to close the gap that I've alluded to, the gap of 1.6 million households that are currently unelectrified. Within that, there is also infrastructure backlog needs, which will amount to 70 billion. And this is one of the key initiatives that we've embarked on to find out how we're going to be able to fund this 70 billion. We know that currently Treasury is stretched. There is no way we'll be, as government, will be able to fund 70 billion. And based on that, there's few studies that we're currently doing. We want to introduce microgrids as part of the interventions. And why we're doing that, we strongly believe that with microgrids, we can result in a situation whereby our tariffs can be lowered to a region of 1 rand per kilowatt hour, and that is basically our target. Moving swiftly, just to key highlights of the current financial year, we managed from municipality allocations just connected under 53,000 connections together with Eskom. So all in all, we're still doing fairly just barely over 100,000 connections, whereas we actually need in total on average 300,000 connections. So we believe that by using different means, introducing microgrids as technology as one of the options, and also increasing on our manpower, on our capacity, and accelerate the rolling out of connections, we can surely achieve the universal access in the next 5 years. Key challenges, yes, funding or budget reduction from Treasury has always been a challenge. We've seen a backlog in terms of the need for aiding infrastructure across participating municipalities within the country. We've seen the issue of theft vandalism, illegal connections around the country. We've seen, of course, steep tariff hikes that have been experienced by many people, including ourselves within this call. We have seen within municipalities, capacity has been a problem. Project management deficiencies has been a problem. We've also seen, lastly, disruptions that have been caused by so-called construction mafias demanding, obviously, fees as much as 30%. What is the future of INEP? We want to focus on key three things. We want to focus on the backlog, and at the same time, we want to ensure that by technological means, we can actually ensure that electricity becomes affordable. As I've said, we want to make use of technology, introduce different types of technologies. In this instance, we're talking about microgrids technology in order to make electricity affordable. We also want to strongly focus on repurposing INEP. We've seen INEP since post-1994. So INEP has been running over 30 years, and the model has been the same, but we know that the current challenges calls for us to do things in a different way. One of the case studies that we're running in relation to microgrids, we're running a case study, two pilot projects that we're undertaking with partnership of Huawei. We're doing these studies in Limpopo, in a village of Madimbo, which is just outside Musina, just closer to the Beitbridge border. We are currently on the rollout of this program. We believe that with this program, the success of this program will actually be a game changer. We've seen the potential of this pilot, and once we have seen that how the pilot works, what will be the funding model. So we will draw the lessons that will be learned from these two pilot sites and use that to roll out our goal of microgrids within or across the country as we embark on the process of closing the backlog. The futuristic ecosystem, of course, will entail the usage of cutting-edge technology. We want to arrive at a situation whereby we have decentralized energy or integrated ecosystems. We want to introduce smart technologies, smart geysers, smart metering, the billing system. We clearly will want to roll out massive rollout of hybrid systems. We want to embrace renewable energy, battery energy storage system together with solar water heater system. We want to develop at a large scale mechanisms for carbon trading and other green initiatives. So as a department, the way we are doing things, we want to embrace technology. And we believe that with the use of technology, we can solve many problems. So in conclusion, of course, the department will introduce measures to ensure that poor communities are cushioned against high electricity costs. The free basic electricity policy and tariff structure will be reviewed. We want to use, obviously, innovative technological solutions, which will be coupled with a massive rollout of microgrids. We also want to, together with partnership with the DBSA, we want to formulate or establish a dedicated project management office that will be focusing on the rolling out of microgrids. Obviously, decarbonization and as well as decentralization, digitization, and democratization of electricity generation are key for a long-term sustainability of the industry. Lastly, yes, as I've said, the department is currently in discussions with DBSA, where we want to foster a collaboration, a partnership when we go through this journey, given the fact that the funding requirements, based on our studies, we need in a region of 70 billion rands, and we for sure know that as government, we will not be able to do it all by ourselves, but we can only do with the likes of the partnership of the DBSA, as well as crowding in private sector funding. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, in terms of INEP, we will strongly be focusing in the next 5 years towards the repurposing of INEP, which will play a crucial role in achieving our goal of universal access by 2030. With that said, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity and hand back to the DJ. And I'll stop sharing my screen. Thank you.
Excellent. Chair, we'll take, with your permission, the last branch, which is the nuclear branch. If I can just share my screen again. Okay, Dirigent Baba?
That's DJ. Did you just share your screen? The presentation has come through.
I thought it was sharing. Apologies. I hope it's sharing now.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, DG and Chair and the honorable members and the Deputy Minister. I will take you through the program 4, which is the nuclear energy regulation and management. Yes, DG. Yes.
There's a bit of an echo on your side. I wonder if I'm not sure if you've got two devices. It would appear that that way. There's a bit of echo.
Yeah, I've got one, but let's try. Is it better now?
No, there's. Chair, I'm not sure if you're also picking up the echo, but there's a heavy echo on the sound from my side.
Yeah, there is echo, and if it's on the one gadget and not two gadgets, then I'll be lying to say what could be the problem. If you don't mind, DDG, probably log off and then come back again within a minute. Just accept him immediately. Maybe. Or speak again. I couldn't pick up. Speak again.
Check. Can you hear me? Is it better now?
I think so. From where I am. Continue. We'll tell you if it's still there.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair, and a good evening to the members and the Deputy Minister.
No.
Chair, the echo is still there.
It's bad.
Okay. Let me log off and come in again.
You don't have one of your colleagues that could do the presentation probably on your behalf.
I could run through. Perhaps DDG can log off and log back in. I can run through the sub-programs in the meantime.
Yes. Let me do that.
Okay. Sure. Thanks, DDG. So, Chairperson, the nuclear branch obviously is one of the mainstay of the work that we're doing. The nuclear branch is important because apart from nuclear energy that will form a important cornerstone of our energy mix, we also look into nuclear as an area of heightening our industrial capability in the nuclear space, both from an nuclear energy perspective, but also in terms of its broader medical applications. And one of the programs, and you'll see in a minute, is the upgrading of the research reactor that's currently based in Pelindaba in the city of Tshwane, which allows us to venture into medical isotopes, the production of medical isotopes as part of that venture. So the branch, Chair, has got those 4 sub-programs, the nuclear energy management. So that's they're responsible for overall management and coordination and oversight of the program, the nuclear program. Then, because we are party to the National Nuclear Proliferation Treaty, we have a national liaison office. This is the office that liaises, that is the official liaison point between the IAEA, the International Energy Atomic Agency, and they're responsible to implement the technical cooperation program and promote the utilization of nuclear technology by interfacing with regional and inter-regional organizations in the field of nuclear, and of course then to lead our global participation, focusing on nuclear research, development, and technology applications. And of course, because as I say, we're signatories to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, all of our nuclear applications are non-weaponized applications. So in essence, for peaceful use. Then the third branch, a sub-program rather, is the nuclear safety and technology. This branch then manages and implements matters relating to nuclear safety and technology under both our own sets of legislation, but also under our international agreements and conventions that we party to. The branch also implements the program rather is responsible for nuclear policy in line with what the IRP provides. We'll deal with that in a minute. And then obviously is responsible to administer all of the matters relating to the nuclear space, including technology, safety, liability, and emergency management, with the aim of improving the overall governance of the nuclear sector. And then lastly, the program is also responsible for the monetary transfer. So I made the point in the budget allocation that the allocation to NEXA as an SOC, as well as the regulator, and NARWADI, the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute, and also is responsible for servicing our obligation in terms of our membership fees to international organizations, and particularly IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency. And then the last program is the Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Radiation Security. And this program is responsible to manage and implement matters relating to our commitments under the Non-Proliferation Treaty, ensuring that there's radiation security as required by our legislation and also under international commitments. And then they're also responsible to administer the use of nuclear material and related equipment and facilities, including nuclear technology and compliance with legislation and international agreements. Chair, as you'll understand, this area is a heavily contested area, both from a regulatory point of view, and so there's a lot of safeguards built into how nuclear radioactive material is handled. And so principally the branch is responsible for that complete regulation in the country through the branch itself, and then of course in conjunction with the regulator and our agency. Chair, then the next set similar to the Dinesh Chikakana, are you back with us? Okay, doesn't seem to be back.
Yeah, yes,
okay.
I'm back.
Yeah, do you want to maybe run through just the critical areas here on the APP?
Yes, thanks. In terms of the APP, the focus on this during this financial year, 4 monitoring reports on the nuclear fuel strategy will be produced. A socio-economic and cost-benefit analysis report for the procurement of up to 10 gigawatts of nuclear, as set out in the revised IRP, will be produced. 4 monitoring reports on the implementation of the Quebec nuclear power plant long-term operation program will be produced. And the 4 monitoring reports on the implementation of the multipurpose research reactor project plan will be produced. And the 4 monitoring reports on the establishment of the central interim storage facility will also be produced in accordance with the project plan. Next slide. Yes, and then in terms of the allocation during this financial year, the nuclear energy management is allocated 11,400,000, and then the nuclear safety and technology is allocated 1.5 billion. Then the non-proliferation and radiation security is allocated 16.5 million. And then in total, the allocation is 1.5 billion, and running up to the 27-28, it increases up to 1.66 billion. Next slide. Yes, I think that's all, Chair and the ADG. We've covered all in terms of Program 4. ADG, may I hand back over to yourself?
Oh, apologies, I didn't realize I was muted, Chair. That is the end of our program. Thanks, DDG, our presentation rather. Maybe just the last concluding slide is the how we phasing our maturity model as a department. So the immediate period is about stabilization, building the kind of systems and capacity to deliver on the mandate. As the Deputy Mayor made the point earlier, we will have to refine our APP as we go forward, but we are confident that it does represent the closest approximation of a program to achieve the 5-year strategic plan. And then as we move into more medium to long term, into year 3 and 4, as we taper down the term, that we will have indeed reached a point where the department is then the center of policy excellence and integrated energy planning and delivery for the country. Chairperson, thank you very much for your time. You've been very generous with time, so thank you very much. And back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, DM, politically, is there any addition from your side that you want to do a political overview of the presentation? I'm not sure if the minister had been able to join the meeting.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I don't know if the minister has joined. No, I think everything's really sort of mostly been covered. I just think the major focus for me is always on things like our value system. I think that has been clearly articulated, but I think from what has been presented tonight, one can certainly see that this department is not business as usual, that we are certainly looking at new and innovative ways to address the energy challenges that we have faced. The minister said yesterday in Parliament during the question session that we are a very transparent department, and that if anybody has any issues, they're more than welcome to bring them directly to our department, and we will make sure that we address them directly. So in terms of accountability, we take that very seriously. That's also been demonstrated by the fact that we withdrew the last nuclear tender process on the grounds that the process that had been followed had not been transparent, sufficiently transparent. So I think it is important that we point out that we are demonstrating an adherence to the value of accountability. We are working very, very hard on inclusivity. It is definitely a key focus area, particularly in my office, where women and youth reside as a priority. We are working very hard on our new gender strategy and our new youth strategy for the next 5 years. And then also just to underline again the genuine collaboration that this department does. It's been demonstrable through our working with the independent power producers, the fact that we're now going into an independent transmission program, where we are going to be collaborating again with the private sector. Also, our work with international partners through the G20, through our work in Africa. I think we are demonstrating that there is a real and genuine sense of collaboration with our department. So I just wanted to highlight again that the core values that were addressed early on in the presentation really are being lived and adhered to within the department. And I think we will continue to make that a focus of everything we do. And then, as I said at the beginning, and I think was been reinforced, this is our first APP and budgeting and strategic planning process for a new department. We're about to embark on a second strategic planning session as now a fully fledged department. And this will be an evolutionary process, and you will see how this department evolves as we sort of realign over the next year. So I'd like to thank the acting DG. It can't have been an easy job that he has done in transitioning us from 3 departments into one, and now putting together a really cohesive and coherent plan for the department. So I'd like to take the opportunity to, on behalf of the ministry, to thank Mr. Pillay for the incredible work that he has done and for the phenomenal team that he has managed to pull together that has been able to craft the strategy. So thank you very much for that opportunity, Chair.
Thank you so much, DM, and thank you that you are still here at this hour with everything that is happening in your personal life, which I sincerely once more send our condolences as a team. Honorable members, may I take hands? Let's start with those that can raise their hands. May I take hands for those who want to make comments? Honorable Pina, Honorable Boshoff, I see your hands. Those are the only two hands I see. Those who can't raise hands, please indicate if you want to speak. Honorable Van den Berg, I see your hand. Honorable Kennedy, I see your hand. There are four members, Honorable Pina, Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Van den Berg, Honorable Kennedy. Going once. Honorable, is it Mabilo, 5, going twice. Gone. So we've got 5 members, DM, that will be engaging in a form of question, comments, or concerns. It will be Honorable Pina, Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Van den Berg, Honorable Kennedy, Honorable Mabilo, in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I must thank the Deputy Minister for availing herself this hour. Deputy Minister, I must, on behalf of this, if the chairperson doesn't object, I would like to thank you as the Deputy Minister. You know, you've been with us for every meeting, and we greatly appreciate your attentiveness to ensuring you are here and present. I sometimes forget you're the Deputy Minister, not the Minister, because I'm not sure if we've had the Minister here, but you are very valuable in the position you are in, and we really appreciate everything you're doing within the department. With that being said, Deputy Minister, let me just, I only have a few points. I won't take a lot of your time, and I'm sure either yourself or DG will be able to. First point is the acting DG. Hopefully soon that will be a permanent position. Do you have maybe a timeline for that? You know, acting positions are always frustrating for employees. I just want to get an indication from you about that. DG, Deputy Minister, I must, your presentation was excellent. I think it was well thought out. It was very detailed. I don't see any major concerns with it as is, but we cannot speak about energy and electricity without speaking about the debt, the debt of municipalities. And recently, I know the Minister Ramaphosa was in Joburg, in the city of Johannesburg, to make some arrangements with that metro, because currently they owe 3.2 billion rand as a municipality, and they are not reaching their targets with regards to income, and I'm just using them as an example, but it's the same issue across the country with municipalities. And I don't want, if you could maybe bring us into scope with where are we, how is the progress being made with regards to getting money from municipalities that's owing billions? Are they sticking to their agreements? Because I know a lot of them are signing up, but they're not sticking to the agreements. And if you want to flourish as a department, I think this must be one of obviously the priorities, to ensure that we are getting the money from municipalities owing. It's just cutting off your hands and derailing the great plans you guys have for the next 5 years. So just maybe we are with that. And then, Deputy Minister, I would like to know about the ITP program. I know there's going to be to an extent a small scale scoping project now of 1,100 kilometers, I believe. It's been approved. is the same system being proposed, or is the same system going to be used with regards to the rest of the 14,000 kilometers that's still outstanding? Is that the long-term goal here? Is that the way you and your department foresee us filling this gap or this backlog of infrastructure? Because it's something you spoke about in the past that's very critical with regards to our energy security, and I would just like to know, is that the proposed way forward as well? Then the last question, maybe the DG can answer this. It's a more technical one, maybe. With regards to households not being collected or not being, sorry, it's late, tired, it's been a long day. Households, with regards to provinces not being electrified. I think, if I remember the graph correctly, I don't have it in front of me now, but the Western Cape was about 2%, KwaZulu-Natal was about 3%, and obviously Gauteng was about 15%. And I just want to know, maybe DG, why are we seeing such a big gap between those three biggest provinces? Obviously, Western Cape and KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng is our biggest ones, but and with regards to population, and I just want to get an idea from you, why are we seeing this backlog, especially in Gauteng? And I'm sure our chairperson Modise is also concerned about that. When we compare it to the rest of the provinces, obviously it's a big economic hub for this country, and I just want to maybe get some inputs from the DG there, and what are the mitigating or aggravating reasons we are seeing that backlog. Thank you, DM. Thank you, chairperson. That's me done for the night. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Good evening, DM. Please accept my condolences as well with the loss of your father. DM, in your introductory remarks, you spoke about this being a new department, which we all know that was instituted on the 1st of April. Now, in light of that, this is then the department's first APP. Could you share with us what steps have been taken to ensure that the priorities and targets that are not only ambitious but realistically deliverable, especially, as you also rightfully said, in light of your limited inherited capacity, and the urgency to stabilize the electricity sector. Then your APP also reflects that the procurement for critical transformation infrastructure will only conclude around 2027, 2028. And given the 2030 emissions compliance deadline and the 16,000 megawatts that needs to be replaced, is there a plan to fast-track these timelines under your department's focused mandate? And then with regard to the just energy transition, how will the department ensure that this transition is felt at provincial and local levels, especially in the areas dependent on coal, and that's the province that I come from? Will we be able to expect province-specific implementation plans and job transition strategies that could be shared with the committee? And then on energy, I'd just like to know, the APP speaks to the outlines that it's a cost-benefit analysis for procuring up to 10 gigawatts of nuclear energy, and mentions the reactivation of the Pebblebed modular reactor program. Now, given the scale of investment this entails, what mechanisms is the department going to put in place to ensure transparency, public engagement, because we've often seen public participation falling by the wayside, and then the alignment with your long-term or the country's long-term energy affordability and emissions goals? And then I'd just like to ask my last question, Chair. DM and Acting DG, the APP also outlines targets to initiate procurement of new renewable generation capacity. Sorry, I'm also becoming tongue-tied here. And finalize the IRP 2025. Yet the actual contracting is only again also planned for 2027, 2028. Now, given the urgency to replace 16,000 megawatts of coal capacity by 2030, how will this department ensure that renewable energy procurement is accelerated to avoid supply gaps and keep us as a country on track with regard to the department's emissions and development commitments? Thank you very much, Chair.
Good evening, DM. Always a pleasure. Pity Mr. Ramakgopa could not join us also. It's late and I could very possibly have missed it, but your department has not spoken to the biggest crisis facing South Africa, naming the municipal mismanagement and infrastructure decay. How do you plan to circumvent this problem? Also, how do you plan to deal with electricity theft and vandalism? Then also you refer to green hydrogen. How will you market and utilize this very dangerous gas? Are you also looking at conversion to ammonium perhaps? And what technological issues are you, processes are you planning to use? Also, when will Kuiberg be finally functional again, or are they already? And what progress have you made towards smaller nuclear units at older coal plants? As I'm very interested in that. And then also, is your budget then speaking to the above issues? That's mine for the night. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Deputy Minister and the team. My questions evolves around two issues, the issue of renewable energy and technology. Minister, in helping to increase generation capacity using available resources, what is the department's strategy of scaling up investment in renewable energy projects, particularly solar and wind power? Secondly, how is your department supporting the development of local manufacturing and supply chains for the renewable energy technologies? And then, is there any support available for households and businesses to invest in energy efficient technologies? The last one is, what measures are you taking to mitigate the risks of energy shortages and load shedding? Thank you.
Number Mabilo, please come in.
No, good evening once again, Chair. Thank you very much, DM and the team. We are becoming nocturnal now. We are becoming active during the night. No, DM and the team, let us thank you for your comprehensive and detailed presentation and a seamless transition towards the success of the department as it stands alone. DM, I think I have previously commended the department for keeping the lights on for more than 100 days now. No load shedding. For me, this is not a mean feat, as I said previously. it is decisive action and intervention, a milestone that is worthy to be commended, which really means in the debate that we had previously on the same subject, the Energy Action Plan is yielding the much required results. So my first question would be to say, through the chair, that today is 26 June 2025. So basically, in terms of the 2030 vision that the DG has just outlined in terms of universal access, we've got basically 4 years and 6 months left. And the unintended consequences that was raised in the presentation, that we might not realize or fulfill the objectives vis-a-vis the budget for shortfall. The point that I want to illustrate and to be clarified on is, how have the department prepared a compelling business case to address this challenge, which is a threat in itself? The other question that I would like to get to know is this topical thing of the just transition. Yes, it is a jargon or a lexicon that we at this level can comprehend and understand. But the key question is, how do we mainstream it? Because it's a global issue now in terms of the Kyoto Protocol, in terms of the Abidjan Climate Change COP conference and so forth. How do we simplify it, DM and your team, to ensure that the ordinary man in the street who is not educated will concretely understand in simple terms what this just transition is all about? I don't think we have done the necessary advocacy in that regard. So the key question would be, how then do we simplify the term so that the key constituency of this country understand it? The next question will be around your INEP. It will be important that we get a provincial dimension in relation to INEP performance, because I know that's AG matter and treasury matter, that some of the municipalities are returning funds earmarked for INEP. So that would be a very important question for me. Now, in terms of waste, in terms of nuclear and all those things, I know from the province that I come from, Uppington, a lot of radio waste has been over the years buried in that part of the country. The key question that I don't hear is that DM and your team, in terms of sustainable development, are we having a program, which I understand might not be your core, but you've got the necessary expertise to deal with waste? Is there this radioactive waste, recycled? I will be interested in that, DM, which it will fall under the hazardous waste. And where are they, except some of them buried in Uppington, where are they disposed of in particular? Are they disposed at a particular landfill, or where are they disposed? Except that I know some of them have been disposed, buried over more than 20, 30 years in Uppington and other parts of the desert in the country. With regard to your vacancies, I think you have 38 vacancies. What I must is that I understand you said the normal recruitment process of filling posts will be followed, which is quite good. But the point is that, what are the timelines? Are there clear timelines set in place around that? Then the last two questions will pertain to the just transition. I've dealt with it. The opportunities for small business, are they really given the necessary incentives for households and communities to invest in solar, in gas and battery, with the express purpose of being able to sell back to the grid into the excess energy they might have? So basically, those will be my few questions that I have in relation to your key program. Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mabilo. Thanks all members who have posed concerns, comments, and questions. DM, I'm made to understand that the Minister is also on the platform. I'm sure he would have picked it up, some of the questions that have been raised, and therefore I'm handing over back to you and your team for responses.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm not sure if the Minister would like to respond, but I would just like to, with respect to what Honourable Pienaar said, and thank you very much for your kind words, Honourable Pienaar, I really do appreciate it. The Minister will tell everybody that together we are a team in our ministry. We work as a team. And if one of us can't be somewhere, the other one then is there for them. And that just because you've had the DM at most of your meetings doesn't mean that the Minister doesn't care about being at your meetings. It's just worked out that he's been unable to attend. So that's how our ministry does operate. And we share those responsibilities and we take them very seriously, particularly around our responsibilities and our accountability to Parliament. So I'm not sure, Minister, would you like to come in or would you like me to continue answering the questions that were posed?
Yes, good evening, colleagues. I'll come at the end if there are outstanding questions after you and the acting DGs. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. Just with respect to the filling of vacancies, I'm going to leave that up to the acting DG to respond to because he's been doing the necessary work around advertising and the recruitment process. With respect to the municipal debt, the Minister has been dealing with the debt in Johannesburg, so he will be better placed to have that conversation. But with respect to the rest of the municipal debt, so there's several interventions. Obviously, the debt relief program that National Treasury is running with certain municipalities. There's 71 municipalities on that program. Unfortunately, one of the flaws in that program is that although they have put these municipalities on that program, they've done very little to change what has caused municipalities to be in the financial problems that they're in. So what has happened is that of the 71 municipalities on the debt relief program, about 64 have already failed to meet the requirements or have already sort of fallen behind in their repayments. So we're having to relook at the entire debt relief program around municipalities. Eskom have come up with an excellent initiative called the Distribution Agency Agreement that they are now signing with municipalities, in which they then take over the collection of the funds. They pay themselves and then obviously give the balance of the funds back to the municipality. At this stage, it's still a voluntary program, but we might be looking at making it a mandatory program, particularly for the municipalities that are under debt relief. But one of the things we have found is that every single municipality needs to be looked at within its own context, because contextually, each municipality has their own issues that are creating their inability to pay the debt. For a lot of them, it just purely is a funding thing, but for others, there are systemic issues that have really contributed to them being in the position that they're in. But obviously, with a debt of over 90 billion rand owed to Eskom, the municipal debt is playing havoc with Eskom's ability to unbundle. because it makes distribution not look particularly attractive as a going concern when they have that amount of debt on their books. So we really are focusing on different methodologies and ways that we can implement new strategies around how to address the debt. And we do have some programs with SANEDI and with Eskom that we're running as pilot projects to see if these will be sustainable projects to deal with Eskom debt going forward. So it is a key focus of the ministry, but it's not something that can just be turned around in a matter of weeks or months, and we have to do it incrementally with each municipality. There are a lot of foreign governments that are also assisting municipalities and ensuring that they can find other ways as well. So there really are multiple players in the space trying to resolve the municipal issue. And that also speaks to one of the questions that was asked, I think it was by, it was Honorable Van den Berg, who was asking about the municipality infrastructure. So distribution infrastructure at municipal level is a huge problem. There are a lot of municipalities that don't even know what their networks look like. So we have to look at how we're going to be assisting municipalities with the network mapping to find where their lines are, what their infrastructure looks like, what is required in order to make sure that it is functional and sustainable. But yes, municipal distribution is going to become one of the new areas that we really have to place a lot of focus on. And again, it comes down to financial sustainability. It comes down to lack of maintenance. And there's a lot that needs to be done in that respect. But it is a focus, and we are looking at it. In terms of the ITP, the minister's on the platform. That is very much his area. So he will look at how we're going to be addressing the transmission going forward. I mean, obviously, the current ITP program is looking at 1,164 kilometers. In terms of our transmission program, we need to be doing at least 1,400 kilometers a year in order to reach the 14,000 kilometers that we need within 10 years. So I think this will be a good indication of whether or not this is going to work. But in the meantime, Eskom also has, or the NTCSA also has their own program for a build. So I think they've got about 280 kilometers that they're building this year. So they will also continue with that program in the interim. The acting DG can respond on the households in the provinces and the big gaps in the electrification. To Honourable Boshoff, thank you very much for the condolences. I do appreciate it. And then some of the questions you asked were sort of more technical with respect to the APP and what steps have been taken to ensure the targets are realistic and deliverable. And I think that can be addressed. It was raised by the NA Portfolio Committee as well, and I know that it was addressed by the department in the next meeting, and the same with procurement. In terms of JET, I think it's also important to realise that although the minister chairs the JET implementation program, the actual implementation of JET doesn't fall within our department necessarily. It really falls within the presidency. So there's a JET project management unit within the presidency that's really controlling and monitoring that entire process. And there are a number of role players within that. So obviously the Department of Environment's involved, the Department of Energy is the main sort of role player. But the presidency is really overseeing the entire process. What we are finding is that it's very difficult to spend the money that's been given, because a lot of the money that we've been allocated by the International Partners Group is loan funding, which we are not in a position to access because we don't want to encumber the country any further. So where we have grant funding, we're obviously making use of that. Where it's an in-kind donation, for example, where they're providing technical assistance, we will be definitely delving into that to make sure that we can get as much out of that as we can. But we have to be very careful about encumbering ourselves with loans. So that's making the access to the financing for the JET program very difficult. As I said in a panel that I was on last week, one of the problems that we have with JET was that when JET was developed, transmission was not a focal area. At that stage, we hadn't yet identified that transmission was going to be a major problem. And so the focus on JET has been on renewables, it's been on battery, it's been on green hydrogen, but there's been no focus on transmission, and we need the transmission if we're going to unlock the rest of the program. So we might have to have a rethink around how we re-strategize JET to make sure that it actually starts speaking more to our needs as a country, as opposed to directives from the International Partners Group. And I think that's a conversation that we need to have within the department when we start our next strategic planning session. With respect to nuclear, I think the nuclear branch can speak to that, and the same and I think the ADG can take on the generation capacity. And theft and vandalism is obviously a huge issue, and that's becoming something that we have to focus on. I mean, it's one of the reasons why we have to have load reduction in certain areas because of that. I know that in Gqeberha recently, something like 16 mini subs were stolen in 1 month. So it's becoming a major factor that we have to deal with, and that there are private companies that are now employing security guards to guard mini subs so that they're not being stolen in the night. So we're going to have to find a much better strategy around how we deal with that. Green hydrogen. Yes, again, green hydrogen was one of the things, and again, the Minister can probably come in on this as well, but one of the things we looked at with green hydrogen is obviously the fact that you end up with this product that is very difficult to transport. It's very difficult to store. And is that where we want to be going with our green hydrogen strategy? And based on the conversations that we've been having as a department and with our advisors, we are finding that our strength is more likely than not going to be in our value add. In other words, Kucha, where we've got the Hive project, we'll be looking at green ammonia as an alternative. So they're not going to be transporting green hydrogen, they're going to be producing green ammonia, which can then be easily exported. In Saldanha, we're going to be looking at green steel. So your value add to your green hydrogen is the creation of a new product, which is your green steel. One of the other things that we need to be looking at, and we will be doing with Sasol, and particularly if we can get the EU to come on board, is to create sustainable aviation fuel with the green hydrogen processing. And then there are other value-add products that we can look at, fuel cell technology, etc. So we have realized that the transportation of green hydrogen in its pure form is going to be incredibly difficult for us as a country, and that we will find our strength in creating value-add products that the rest of the world needs that we can then make available from here. So that's really the strategy we're adopting going forward on our green hydrogen. Kuberg, I will let the nuclear branch respond on that, and the same thing with SMRs. What I can tell you is that with small modular reactors, NEXA are going to be putting out a request for information to get an idea of the various SMR technologies that are available now, because obviously there's been a huge evolution in SMRs, and based on that, they will do an assessment, and then we will decide on which SMR technology is going to be the most likely for us to adopt, one or multiple. And from that process, we will then make decisions with respect to how we're going to implement. Those were the answers to Honourable Van den Berg. Honourable Kennedy, in terms of scaling up renewable energy, obviously, again, renewable energy is now being limited again by grid access, because our major resourcing for renewable energy is in areas that are grid constrained. So there is a bit of a problem. So we looked at alternative ways to deal with it, like curtailment, microgrids, direct feed into off-grid solutions. So there are lots of ways that we're looking at upscaling our renewable energy, but again, we have to, it's a difficult dance with the grid and with the renewable energy. So both are having to be worked on at the same time. In terms of local manufacturing, the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan was launched in the last couple of weeks at our Green Hydrogen Conference, and then again, we highlighted it at the Africa Energy Forum last week. So the SARIM, as we call it, is an industrialization plan around how we're going to build an industrial value chain for the renewable energy sector. And the way we're looking at that is not just to create local manufacturing, but also to look at what service industries, manufacturing can often be limiting in terms of the number of jobs because it's something that can be mechanized. So we also want to look at creating a big service industry around the renewable energy sector, where those are very job heavy, where we can then also create excellent skills, which is a major focus of our renewable energy master plan. And that can be something that we can then export. So along with components, we're not going to be producing solar panels at this stage because we can't compete with China, as an example, even with turbines. But there are a number of components that we can manufacture locally, where we can beneficiate our own minerals, where we can create, a value chain around what we are good at in this country. And along with that is the service industry. It's something that we are good at, and it's about, finding different value add mechanisms within that chain so that we become an exporter within the whole of Africa. As we work towards the electrification of the rest of Africa, we will become a platform from which we can export components, and we can export skills, and we can export service industry. So the Renewable Energy Master Plan, we should have the project management office up and running within the next month or so, and then we will start looking at work streams within that as to how we can focus on the development of services and manufacturing. You asked about support for households on energy efficiency. So currently, at the end of the year, on the 7th of December, we will have the energy performance certificate will be a formal requirement. That's the deadline for commercial and public buildings. And there has been very little focus on households. However, we have been in meetings with banks to talk about how we can incentivize households becoming more energy efficient. So INEP will be one way of doing that for obviously historically disadvantaged individuals when we bring those on in terms of electrification. We will also look at how we can speak to municipalities around using indigent grants to find energy efficient methodologies for the indigent. And then we will be speaking to the banks about incentivizing energy efficiency through various projects that they have, as well as through the South African Property Owners Association. We're also working with them on energy efficiency ideas and how we can make sure that commercial properties become more energy efficient. So those are the strategies that we have currently on the energy efficiency side. With regard to what measures are in place for energy shortages and load shedding, I will let the Minister or the ADG speak to that. And then finally, Honourable Mabilo, thank you for your kind words about our department for keeping the lights on. I certainly think that the Minister should get a heap of that credit for the work that he did as Minister of Electricity before the department came into being, and then because that laid the foundation, and then obviously for the ongoing work that is being done. And then I think the rest of the stuff, the last thing that I will respond to is, and the DDG on nuclear can come in on that, with respect to radioactive waste. So there's a site at Falpits in the Northern Cape, which is obviously your province, Honourable Mabilo, where we currently store low-level and medium-level radioactive waste. There's a license that NEXA has held. That license will be handed over to the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute, hopefully in August. They have now qualified to take over that license. So they will be managing the low-level and medium-level radioactive waste. And then currently NEXA and Kuberg store their own waste on site. They were designed to be able to do that until end of life of those reactors. But obviously with Kuberg's extension of life now, they've reached the sort of capacity that they can store it. So a central interim storage facility needs to be built now. So we will be starting the process of development and design and all the public participation processes that are required for transportation to develop and design a central interim storage facility that will then take on that radioactive waste. Radioactive waste at this stage, we are not looking at recycling, although it is being done in some places. It is something that we will possibly look at going forward. But for now, major focus needs to be on storage, so that we can just make sure that we're not in a position in a few years' time where we have waited too long and we're starting to panic about it. So just so you know, we are looking at that. It is a major focus of the nuclear branch as well. And we will keep everybody informed of where we are on that. So I think I've answered everything that was asked to me, and then I will hand back to the ADG, if I may. Thank you.
Thank you very much, welcome, Minister Chair. I'll deal with as many as I can, and then on some of them I'll ask the DDGs to respond. I think DM has dealt with the issue around the municipal debt. Suffice to say that the DAA, the District Agency Agreements, is a comprehensive part of the weakness with the municipal debt relief package, as it focused singularly on revenue collection. As a measure for ultimately determining whether municipalities get those write-offs. But the reality of municipalities is that the entire ecosystem within the energy space requires a great deal of effort to get right, and that's why the district agency agreements is structured to address the technical skills required. It's geared to address the asset management of the infrastructure, the distribution infrastructure. It looks at the energy loss management, and then it looks at the pricing structures and tariffs as part of a holistic approach to dealing with the municipal distribution sector problem. And that is a layer of work that will ultimately get us to a point where we stabilize the municipal distribution sector to such a point where it becomes geared to attract investments. And then we can begin to think about how we layer the work for reinvestment into the distribution industry. And that gets us to a point of sustainability, or building towards sustainability of distribution at that level. Of course, there's separate work, another level of work that's happening around the restructuring of the distribution industry. And DM made the point around the unbundling of the distribution business of Eskom. But all of that cannot happen with municipalities in their current state. And that's why this distribution agency agreement work is quite critical to build a level of sustainability to make those investments viable over time. On the ITP, so the ITP will not fund the full extent of the 14,000 kilometers, as the DM has indicated. We're doing the ITP as a model. In the current period, the current pilot, the first phase rather, that will go out is just over 1,000 kilometers. And then there is the NTCSA, the National Transmission Company of South Africa, which on its own balance sheet will fund a portion of the TDP. And then as we refine the model for the ITP, we will then upscale the level of investment that comes through as part of the ITP. So for now, the funding model is a hybrid. We'll continue to fund on balance sheet through the fiscus, through the NTCSA. And then, of course, we're defining, as I say, both the technical and financial methodology for the ITP. And as that begins to mature, it will then begin to take up a significantly higher proportion of the 14,000 over the 10 years to deliver the transmission infrastructure. The issue around the Gauteng gap. So if you look at the urbanization patterns, you'll see that the levels of let me first say the levels of urbanization into the province, the levels of informality is almost concomitant to those, or grows concomitantly to that levels of urbanization. And then, of course, you have the levels of unelectrified households. So when we compute household connections for the purpose of connection points, obviously it's formalized connections. But when we look at the unelectrified households, we're also counting in the number of informal settlements, which ultimately has to be translated into household connections. Of course, there's a process of formalization and so on, but ultimately our objective as part of the universal access is to complete including those areas that are currently informal. And that would account for why you have that high proliferation of figure in Gauteng, because of the levels of urbanization into the province and the knock-on effect of informal settlements, and therefore the number of households that do not have household connections or formalized household connections. The question around the smartness of the targets, I think we've made every effort to ensure that they comply with the SMART principle. At the technical level, we are working with the Office of the AG as part of the support that they provide broadly across government. They are working with us to refine our targets so that ultimately they do reflect both the ability to be smart and measurable, but also and critically that those targets reflect not inputs, but outputs, and over the 5 year that they're designed to inform impacts in society rather than to be purely a number counting exercise. So that work is ongoing. As they made the point, we are refining the APPs and we'll continue to refine it until we get to a point where substantively the STEP plan and the APP represents a program of action that gets us to the kind of impacts that the 5 strategic areas seeks to achieve. Then on DDG, Mbambo will deal with the cost-benefit analysis for nuclear and the questions that relate to nuclear. Then there was a question, I think it was Honorable Boshoff, and the question had to do with the targets for renewable energy, and the fact that in the component provided in IRP for renewables, much of that will only come on stream in 27, 28. So the horizon period from going out to issuing a bid window, at least under the IPP program, to getting those projects to come into commercial operation. The point we made much earlier on is that it's upwards of 24 months. In fact, that's a very optimistic case, generally upwards of 36 months. So the point we made up front is the work we're doing around the one-stop shop for energy infrastructure, looking at the regulatory environment so that we're able to get these projects at a bankable stage much quicker than currently is the case. Firstly, on the regulatory requirements for a bid to be compliant, and then secondly, issues around the grid connection process and the grid capacity issues. So when we clear those issues, we should be able to substantially eat into the turnaround time for getting projects from a get-go to coming into commercial operation and feeding into the scheme, into the transmission system. I just want to see which ones DM answered. Okay, then there was a question about the totality of investments in the energy into energy. So over the 3-year period, there's a 219 billion rand investment that we will make in the energy infrastructure. Now, I should clarify that this 219, and we've outlined the budget, so you will see up front that 219 doesn't sit in the department's budget, so it's spread across the department and the entities, and particularly Eskom accounts for the bulk of that 219 billion rand worth of investments, both on the generation, the distribution, and the transmission side. We've made the split between the ITP and what the NTCSA will deliver, and then of course that includes the investments that we're doing at NEXA on the nuclear capability front and the research reactor investment in the research reactor. So the total investments over the period comes in at that figure of 219 billion rands. the issues around mitigation of coal communities, and that's a big focus on the work we're doing around the JET investment plan. And I think the critical point there is that the investments that must go into mitigating and making up for the losses as a result of as those communities, as those power stations begin to scale down, those investments must be front loaded. So the experience that we have with Komati, for instance, some of firstly the assessment of what the impacts were was very narrow, so it focused only on the power station, not on the broader ecosystem in the community, and the fact that the entirety of that community finds its livelihood out of the power station economy, the coal economy in those communities. And then firstly is to broaden up the scope of what the socioeconomic impact is. When we've understood those socioeconomic impacts, the interventions have to be front-loaded. So there's a synergy between the point at which we need to scale down on those activities and the uptake of new economic activity, and as a result, the economic life of those communities. So that's a central component of how we're doing that work. The APP targets we've dealt with. Honorable van der Berg, DM dealt with, I think, the bulk of those questions. The theft and vandalism is, of course, a major issue. ESCOM is doing work around the decongestion of, particularly the distribution team is doing work around the decongestion of the networks. Part of the work that we're doing on the microgrids will address the question of the congestion of the transformers, or the overload of transformers on the vandalization side. The theft, principally, the interventions they've got to do with how we deploy technology-based solutions to dealing with both the prepaid meter vendoring system, CPGs, but also on the monitoring and protection of the physical infrastructure, particularly the copper-related infrastructure. There was a question on what we're doing to scale up. Honorable Kennedy raised a question around scaling up of renewables. There's a lot of work that we're doing. One of it we've dealt with in terms of the regulatory environment. So the point I was making around the big bottlenecks particularly in the IPP program, is a turnaround time for bid codes, for grid access connections, and then ultimately the contracting process with once the commercial, the financial structure is in place, the closure of those deals with the finalization of the power purchase agreements. That whole value chain, we're doing a lot of work there to reduce those timelines, and that will give us the ability to reduce the time scale for bringing on board these renewable energy projects. There was a question about, I think, DM dealt with the question of the energy efficiency incentives for both households and business. I guess the only other point to make there is that inherently, the implementation of those energy efficiency mechanisms inherently bring its own incentive, because as you deploy, even at household level, those energy efficiency methodologies, it reduces the energy consumption bill, and that in itself is a form of incentive to households. There was also a question around, I think it was Honorable Mabelo who raised the question around the ability to resell. I think in principle, that's That's certainly accepted. It's part of what we're pushing towards from a policy and enabling perspective. The big issue there is the ability to install bi-directional meters, because you've got to be able to measure at what point you're metering from the system and at what point you're feeding back into the system, and where the times of use, time recording, and the tariff that's applicable at a particular time. That capability can only be forged through bi-directional smart meters. And a big part of the work that the department will be doing together with Eskom is to, particularly under the district distribution agency agreements, is in fact the deployment of smart metering capability, which should give us that capacity to deal with reselling, household reselling of excess energy back into the system. The question of Honorable Mapilo again, the issue around the timeline for the program that the DG Kekana referred to, the Universal Access Program. I think, Honorable Member, you're correct. There are 2 points there. The first is, of course, that we're developing the methodology to fast track. Part of that is to create a centralized PMO that will give us the immediate capability to reduce the turnaround times. But also what the model will allow us to do, and that's why we're quite keen to move to that centralized model. We know that over the period, we will get through the MTEF allocations, including the current financial year, in the order of about 12 billion rand, upwards of 12 billion rand allocation. We are then able to go to the DFIs, particularly in this instance. We've been speaking to the likes of the DBSA to say, can we look at what's in the MTEF and against that begin to forward cover the investments we require to upscale the deployment of those household connections much earlier. And as that money comes through in the fiscal allocations over the next 3 years, that then becomes the basis for servicing whatever would have been front loaded. So we have thought about the solution that offers both a technical solution, it offers a financing solution, it offers the execution ability, but then also critically, when you do it at scale and bulk, you derive benefit out of economies of scale, which drive down the cost at which we deliver that infrastructure. And then critically, at the scale at which we're delivering the program, we create the immediate opportunity to look more critically at the point that DM made around what SARM codifies for how we begin to look at the interventions from a manufacturing, from an industrialization and localization perspective, so that we use the program as an opportunity also to build on those value chains of inputs to deliver the project. Chair, I think those are the questions, bar for the ones that relate to there was a specific question about Koeberg, and then there was the question around the cost-benefit analysis for nuclear. And Chair, with your permission, I'll ask DDG Mbambo to respond to that. Chair, if you don't mind, DDG Mbambo.
Thank you very much, ADG and the Chair. Let me start with one question which was raised regarding Koeberg. When Koeberg will be functional, I think it's important just to highlight to the committee that Koeberg is one of the most efficient nuclear power station within the Eskom fleet. It is operational. Recently, in July last year, the National Nuclear Regulator has granted Koeberg Unit 1 the license to operate for an additional 20 years up to 2044, so that unit now is operational in terms of its life extension and also Unit 2, Eskom is busy with work to extend the life of the Unit 2, and they have made submissions to the regulator in terms of the safety case for the Unit 2. And the decision of the regulator is expected by November this year. And the station is continuously supplying clean baseload electricity in the grid. It's operational. So it's one of the important power stations to stabilize the grid. And then there was also a question, I think the DM dealt with the question of the small modular reactors. When will they be implemented to repurpose the coal-fired power plant? I won't repeat that one. DM also dealt with a question that dealt with the radioactive waste management. I won't dwell with that one. DM provided quite a comprehensive response in terms of the processes that we have in the country to manage the radioactive waste. And then there was a question around the socio-economic cost-benefit analysis report, the mechanisms that will be put in place to ensure as we to ensure transparency for the procurement of the up to 10 gigawatts of nuclear and also the pebble bed modular reactor. I think it's important just to highlight that the socio-economic and cost-benefit analysis report for the procurement of this the 10 gigawatts is mainly motivated by the fact that nuclear is part of the energy mix, and being part of the energy mix to provide clean baseload electricity, we realized that we needed to upscale the capacity of nuclear, and we've done investigations, and they justify that in order to have a viable nuclear industry that covers all the aspects, we need to have this capacity as a minimum to support the viable full nuclear industrialization and the nuclear fuel cycle. And in terms of making sure that there's transparency, the mechanism, I think it's mainly about the communication, that we need to make sure that we have a communication plan and take the stakeholders on board in terms of the decisions that we're making in advancing the nuclear program. And I think those are the ones that will make sure that we can ensure that there's transparency in the process and we take stakeholders along the way in all the decisions that are being made, and we're communicating this openly for the stakeholders to understand, and also making sure that we demystify nuclear. And we had a communication strategy in the department that we were implementing, and all the different players in the form of state-owned entities that are implementing the various mandates within the nuclear sector also have their own communication strategies. And we need to just make sure that there is a coherent and a collaborative manner in which all the times we are able to communicate openly about the decisions that will be made in terms of advancing this nuclear procurement of the program. And then the issue of the pebble bed modular reactor, that one is also a very important, as honorable members would note, that this we were in the lead up in terms of developing this technology, the small modular reactor in the form of a pebble bed modular reactors. And in 2010, Cabinet took a decision to put the PBMR to scale it down and put it under care and maintenance to preserve its IP and assets, while the state was still to be formulated. And now there is a global increase in the small modular reactors, and some of them in the form of pebble bed modular reactors. And as South Africa, we believe that we're in a better position that we can now, given this global increase in the small modular reactors, to revisit that decision and recommend that the cabinet lift the PBMR, a state-owned company, from care and maintenance, to allow for South Africa to further develop the PBMR technology. And the department has been working very closely with NEXA and ESCOM with transfer the PBMR from ESCOM to NEXA, for NEXA to further develop this technology. And we believe that's the future of the SMRs going forward in South Africa. And the work is at an advanced stage where we will be, as a department, recommending for cabinet decision to lift the PBMR from care and maintenance. And that's the decisions that we will be taking forward in terms of advancing the pebble bed modular reactor to place South Africa in the forefront in terms of developing the cutting-edge technologies in the small modular reactor family. I'd like to stop there and hand back to you, DG. I think I have covered all the questions that were outstanding related to nuclear. Thank you.
Thanks, DG. Chair, I think that is the responses. I think we've covered between DG, DM, and myself. We've covered a lot of questions that have been put to us.
No, thank you so much, DG. Minister?
No, thanks, Chair. The colleagues have covered the questions comprehensively. Just a set of questions that have to do with the filling of vacancies. Of course, we could only initiate the process of filling vacancies at the beginning of the current financial year. We couldn't do it before that because we didn't have a budget vote first, so we had to wait for the proper financial year to start so that we are organized as a standalone department from a budget vote point of view. And secondly, we needed to complete the national macro organization reorganization process. That's a process that is spearheaded by the DPSA and presidency, so that we get to have a sense on the distribution of the resources as we're untangling the S12 DMRE. And that process then would determine which of those resources are coming with us and which of the resources will be with the mineral resources, mineral and petroleum resources. So it's only after that process that we could then go out and do the advertisement. We had drafted the advertisement. We were meant to go out in I think April, May already for the DG position, until we were advised by DPSA but that there is a process they are working on the regrading of the positions across the DDG positions. I've had a conversation with my counterpart just to impress upon him the fact that we are of the opinion that we require a special dispensation because we really don't have, if you like, the leadership in a permanent position. Just to echo what the DMS point she made earlier on, I think the interim DGS has and continues to do sterling work, but we really want to stabilize the organization. We don't have a CFO as I speak to you. We had to have one secondment from Sanedi. So an organization can run in this fashion. So it's a conversation I'll have with Nkosi Buthelezi just to help us to ensure that the process is speeded up. Technically, the appointment is made by DPSA. Of course, we initiate it, but they are the ones who then have the final say. So I thought I must explain that part, especially on the DG. And then on the rest of the organization, the general rule in this process of the reorganization as a result of the creation of this department and other departments is that there's no new money that's going to come. So we all tapping from the same kitty. So it's just the reallocation of the existing basket for reasons that are known to us on the call, the difficulties we are having in from a budget point of view. So there's huge demands on the budget. So what that means is that there's a big part of the work that or positions that we ideally would want to have. Those positions will not be, even if we were to create them, they will not be funded. So our default position is to accept that there's no new money that will be coming our way. So that much we have accepted. And then we then configured a more innovative way of getting the additional resources without necessarily having those resources sitting on our organizational structure and not deriving from the national fiscus. So we're working with partners to help to second the resources to make money available that can be placed at some of the SOEs and to recruit through those SOEs to get the resources to help us to discharge this responsibility. Because really the issue, I mean, if you go to other parts of the world, it's not necessarily that the resources are sitting in the core departments, but is that the resources are available. So whether they're at SANEDI, they're at ESCOM, we will find a way of how best we are able to work within the current constraints to address the situation. So I thought I must just highlight what those challenges are, but not lament them, because it could be a grievance session, but we chose to find ways of how we can plug the gap so that we can be able to prosecute and execute our mandate within the current constraints, but thinking creatively on how best we can address the situation. I'll leave it there, Chair, because I think that the team has done tremendously well in answering, at least on my account, all of the questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister and the team led by the acting DG in responding to questions, concerns and comments made by honorable members. Minister, I must say that there's been a concern from the Select Committee that it's been more than a year now since the 7th administration had started, and you have not been to any of our meetings, especially the physical meetings. And what led that today we were able to have you in a meeting, because it sends a positive message to have you in a meeting. We must also acknowledge in front of you that the Deputy Minister has been holding the fort, and it has been of great help to have her in our meetings. It's not all the meetings that we expect the political leadership to be there, but when we request the availability of yourselves, please do avail yourself, because there are decisions and there are discussions that needs political leadership in order for us to move forward. Second to that, the report, and I think it's a discussion that will take probably from the research team that we work with, led by Ms. Leroux, with regards to, I remember when I was reading the report, I just forgot the slides, I think it's 15 or so, which speaks about the gas master plan and the draft, I think the implementation and all of that. And I was wondering, because yesterday or a day before, we had a meeting with the ministry led by Honorable Mantash, and they were speaking about shell gas and all of this. So I was just wondering in my head, how does the two departments speak to one another in the issues of gas. Does it belong to energy or does it belong to mineral resource? What is the issue? Where do you draw the line and all of that? But in the next meeting, when we engage, I'm sure we'll be able to get a proper clarity, and we'll also seek clarity around those issues. But we appreciate the fact that you are here. I'm sure it's been a long day for all of us. And we want to thank you, Minister. We want to thank the Deputy Minister, the acting DG and the team for having availed yourself. The people of South Africa don't know that at this hour, it's 23:44, we are still in a meeting, and they think that it's all of us are home and all of that, but we're here looking for solutions that will make their lives better, looking for ways and means to ensure that the issues that we're crippled with as a country are attended to. And this department, ever since your appointment as a minister, there has been a turnaround. There is a general acknowledgement from ordinary South Africans with regards to the biggest issue that we had, which was load shedding. I'm sure by now we should have long logged out of this meeting because of the amount of blackouts that we're experiencing. There has been some steady supply of electricity to a point that when the lights goes out, one even complains because it's no longer a normality. And we really appreciate the amount of work that you have put together there as Minister and the Deputy Minister and your team. And I want to take this opportunity to lobby members that we adjourn our meeting and we defer all the minutes to the next meeting so that we do not punish any of you any further. If you agree, honorable members, can we defer the minutes so that we adjourn the meeting? If not, let me know so that I can release the minister, deputy minister, and the team, and we remain on the platform to continue our meeting. Honorable members, yes, Member Boshoff.
Good evening once again, Honourable Chair. I concur with your proposal to defer the minutes to another meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Boshoff. Any seconder?
I second, Chair.
Member Lamini seconds. Okay, our meeting will deal with the minutes in the next meeting. This meeting is adjourned until the next meeting. Thank you all. Thank you so much. We almost said good morning. Started as good afternoon, good evening. We almost said good morning in the meeting. So all of us, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Have a nice evening.